Okay. Okay, let me just... Okay. Hey, Gupta, what up? What up? Sorry, I'm posting everywhere that I'm live. Sorry. Uh, what's going on, man? It's been a while. I know it's been a while since I was streaming, but I'm back. A lot of busy things happening, but I have returned, and we're gonna begin. I'm also working over here on the side. The news, yes, War. The most hairy trim I've ever seen. Again, I need to get a beard shave for sure. Also, I can't possibly be the hairiest Jew you've ever seen. Have you seen rabbis? They have longer beards than me. What are you talking about? What's going on, folks? How you been? How you been, Gupta? How you been, War, my brother? What's going on? That game isn't out yet, right? Crimson Desert? I've been going back to Resident Evil 4 1 week. Oh, dude, I'm worried. I feel it in my wallet already. I want that game. It looks fucking great. I got it. I don't know. Do I want it on the PlayStation or do I want it on the computer? Probably the computer. Requiem looks cool. But I went back to Resident Evil 4 remake because I haven't finished that remake, and that is my favorite Resident Evil game. So I figured if Leon's in the new one, I gotta finish this one that has Leon in it as well. How do I see my YouTube chat? I always forget. I think I have to open YouTube, right? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. But I will like to point out, and we're gonna watch this reaction first, because I just made my own reaction to Papoose, rapper Papoose, dropping a diss to 50 Cent. 50 Cent's been getting shot from all angles the last few weeks. Started with T.I. and his family, his entire family, been dropping diss tracks. And then some of the other artists that 50's taken shots at over the years been dropping diss tracks. And this dude, Papoose, dropped like the mother load last night. There's ones that I missed. I couldn't keep up. There was too many. But check this out if you want to see my reaction to it, my initial reaction. I've also made this long reaction yesterday to this black girl, Alameda, this black woman, Alameda, making rock albums. And I'm like, cool, dude. Let me check these out. They're really good. I enjoy them. Also, this band, Vile, I saw them live, opened for another Minneapolis band, Dury, who I also have a reaction for. But they just came out with a new album on Friday called Hellhound, so I made a reaction to that. They're awesome, very punk sounding, a little more punk than Alameda here, but just great music. Denzel Curry and the Scythe and whatnot. Lots of stuff going on the channel. These two albums, La Russell and Breezy Supreme. La Russell is a rapper, made this album with Lil Jon, so it's going to be bouncy, it's going to be fun. Breezy Supreme is more emo pop punk, but both, I love them. I love those albums, and I've been listening to them on repeat since Tuesday when I got paid. Made a reaction to the Green Lantern trailer, lots and lots of stuff. The Scary Movie trailer. Bro, what's wrong with leftists and right wing? Both sides hate me. They say I'm pro-Russian and anti-American. Well, Gupta, you do come off strong. You come off pretty strong when you jump into a chat. So I think a lot of people just don't have the kind of patience I do, where I'm happy to let you hang out and have discourse with you and talk to you and have a conversation. And maybe some other people just don't have the patience for that, and that I can't blame them, honestly. But yeah, I'm glad you're here with me. I know you're human. I know. But if you jump into a chat and start saying, I love Donald Trump, then they're either going to be like, fuck you, get out, or welcome on in, and then you say something that goes against conservatism, and then they'll say, get the fuck out. Yeah, I understand. But yeah, we're going to start with the 50 Cent discourse. And like I said, I got Ball Pit going, as always. Matter of fact, I could just... Let me leave it big. Let me leave Screw big. I love this guy, Screwface Jean. He's awesome. One of my favorite reactors and rappers himself. Matter of fact, before we do his reaction to this 50 Cent diss, I just want to show you one of his songs that I like a lot. He has a song called Goku Vegeta. And I forgot that I'm working. Let me just do a little work so that, they don't get wise. Let me do this. Ba-ba-boom, ba-boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, too much. Okay, lower that volume. Boom. And boom. Okay. But yeah, let me check this out. Like, this is, yeah, so check. First of all, I agree with you. I love Broly. Ever since that first movie, man, Broly's my guy. So this guy, check out his song, right? And he raps himself, and he also makes reactions and stuff, so we're going to watch his reaction. But first, I just want to play y'all this song, because I know, War, you also like Dragon Ball. We're all Dragon Ball fans here. So check this shit out, man. And he's going to let his shit be shared on YouTube, so I'm not going to get a DMCA. Hopefully. Alright, so here we go. It's like that.
What's good, ladies and gentlemen of the SFJ Nation? I know. Before we start, shout out to Daddy Fat Snaps, Rustage, and the whole anime rap community. I swear y'all are so beautiful. Make sure you go check out Daddy Fat Snaps and Rustage's brand new songs. Yeah. After this, and go stream Goku Vegeta everywhere. Put it on your playlist. If you get this video to 16,000 thumbs up, then I'll keep doing these anime raps fast. So get it to 16,000 thumbs up. We out of here. Later.
We gonna show them something they ain't never seen before.
Giddy. Let's work it. Come.
Word to God. Yeah. Swear to God, I'ma show the scene something they ain't never saw. Tryna get my pockets on Broly, that me swoley, that's a ball. Now he look like I'm on the floor. Cause once they see that blue beam coming, Goku, Vegeta, it's Big Bang when they see ya. Goku, Vegeta, my heart colder than freezers. Goku, Vegeta, it's Big Bang when they see ya. Goku, Vegeta, my heart colder than freezers.
I come in kayak, get faster than fighter. Just fight for the planet, do damage, this life or death. Piss me off, you'll have to deal with the side effects. I leave you dizzy like Piccolo taking a driving test. They call me green, but like Broly, I'm legendary. Better be lyric machine, I'm an 100 like 70. Beam for the heart, I'm a fan of the brevity, energy. 6 stars to your head like Krillin. Pop off, King Cold, I'm chillin'. Non-stop, cut them in the red ribbons. Terminal, gonna need support, Macmillan. I'm making waves like it's key, and I'm throwing ships like I'm teeing. Wiped off the map like New Zealand. Saying how much I be eating. Some of them like Gohan, you're left to your own fate. Farmers with shotguns, they fighting no names. Treat you like Bardock, get sent to the Stone Age. 3 strikes delete you like takedowns from Toei. Act like you're Satan, I'll send you to hell. Killer 16 like my name's Perfect Cell. Beat to a pulp in the ring like Vidal. Dead and so no one remembers Miguel. Look at all these posers like they working for the Ginyu Force. Grind up Penguin Village, they be looking like they Pingu sauce. My key blast give you flashbacks like you've been through wars. Act like Margin Boo, my crew devours like they into war.
Is that not sick? Is that not sick? Did you not know that you needed that in your life?
Seen something they ain't never saw. Tryna get my pockets on Broly, that me swoley, that's a ball. Now he look like I'm on the floor. Cause once they see that blue beam coming, Goku, Vegeta, it's Big Bang when they see ya. Goku, Vegeta, my heart colder than freezers. Goku, Vegeta, it's Big Bang when they see ya. Goku, Vegeta, my heart colder than freezers.
Boy, I journey from the west. Got my head in manga panels with my hands around your neck. Different species, I stay going ape so I can be the GOAT. To be continued every week, I level every episode. When my 808s hit, the ground starts levitating. Your scouters, they can't take it. My power's devastating. My hair is elevating, then your head's elevating. You see, we do the same thing, but we are not the same pitch. This is my favorite part, my training arc. I level up and whoa, I charge that spirit bomb, roll in the car, then break it all and go. I got that special beam, no stripper pole. I'm aiming at you, hoes. I hear you hating in my comments, but here play on that remote. This a battle. If we're streaming rounds, I'm telling you, you're screwed. I'll leave you with the bloody spot if I get featured with a tool. Hey, you can beam me down to any universe, and I'll remind you, motherfuckers, I am truly not from
Swear to God, I'ma show the scene something they ain't never saw. Tryna get my pockets on Broly, swollen, that's a ball. Now he look like I'm Joe on the floor. Cause once they see that blue beam coming, I mean, Goku, Vegeta, it's Big Bang when they see ya. Goku, Vegeta, my heart colder than freezers. Goku, Vegeta, it's Big Bang when they see ya. Goku, Vegeta, my heart colder than freezers. You lacking, homie, ain't no asking what happened. Wody, grab the 40, the Gallic on me. That's the gun that they packing, homie. If they yakking phony, stabbers, homie, like Yajirobe. Who the fuck you think I was when they hit them up? Shells burning, they think I'm chunks, but I'm cold as the king you chump. And they know my body, so they copy like, can you run? You don't know what I've been through, bro. Where I'm from, when they split you, know, then they can get you up. Ain't no sense you to lift you up, but they probably off of a beam when they hit you up. Good brothers, we done missed them this year. 7 Dragon Balls, I wish there was here. See the US like Freezer, we killing our people, but fuck a monkey, we the apes that they fear. And I ain't talking about killing a rapper, I'ma talk about killing your master. Ball heads, curling a napper to the system that be killing us faster. And someone go tell Malata, she make the power pole go full throttle. I mean, if she let me beat it, then it's Dragon Rush. Infinite count, you a cyber man, I'm splitting your cabbage. Long hair, don't care, boy, I think I'm right. Got a double Sunday, that's twin automatic. Catch you on the wrong way, power up and let you have it.
They hit Brainiac.
Right. So that's his bona fides. That's his skills. I love that song. Again, I did not know I needed a rap song about Dragon Ball in my life, but I needed it. It's one of the reasons he's one of my favorite reactors, and just his takes in general. So now let's watch him. We're going to react to him reacting to rapper Papoose, who I never heard of until today, dissing 50 Cent. And again, like I said, I have a whole playlist on my channel, my YouTube channel, of all the T.I. disses that I could find to 50 Cent, and just the timeline of the whole beef. And this is the latest one that came out. So let's check this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going down.
That Max
As a
Left
rap
hat is
fan,
because
as a battle
I'm
rap
Max
fan,
Left,
as
baby.
a lyrics fan, as a music fan, we are eating. Ladies and gentlemen, Papoose previewed a little diss track to 50. 50 was talking about Clarissa Shields. So like I said, everybody who's bombing on 50 has a super legitimate reason. If you don't know, Clarissa Shields is Papoose's girl. You feel me? 50 moving real Drake-ish with this attacking the women now, the more I keep thinking about it. But Papoose now...
He is moving very Drake-ish. I said that in one of my reactions. This is very similar to Drake. I got the money. I don't really care about the music anymore. People dissing me, okay, but I'm on to this now. Now with Drake, he was still like, music was his main bread and butter. 50's main bread and butter now is TV and movies. And he's a businessman. He's like, okay, that was a thing I used to get famous and to get into this position now. So people dissing me, I just laugh at it and go, ha ha ha, I don't care. But the culture's not letting you get away with that. And they're not letting you get away with it anymore. And it's going to start affecting your pocketbook. We're going to talk about that more when we get into Culture United.
I think the whole full version, this is a 5-minute diss track, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
They're
5
telling
minutes.
me Papoose done dropped the bomb on 50. Let's go. Okay. Directed by Will C. and Tana. Papoose.
And I just want to show y'all, I made this image just because I was like, how can I encapsulate what I believe 50 is feeling right now? And I think this kind of does it right here. Like, this is exactly how 50's been acting. I'm unbothered. I just got my big smile on. But inside, you know, he's fucking crying. Anyways.
Agent Provocateur.
Hey, yo, 50, you a bitch, man.
Damn, you opened it up, man. Don't look like AI to me. You know what I mean? Like I said. You could do the AI, but there's a fire to me. I'm just saying, look way more cleaner when it's actually... Okay.
Hey, you a bitch.
By the way, today is round 7 of the Hip Hop is a Sport tournament. Tune in at 2:30 Pacific, 5:30 Eastern. Let's go.
Man, you can't bully no Brooklyn nigga.
You are now listening to
He
was a crab in a barrel until Eminem picked him. Made himself famous by claiming he was a victim. His claim to fame was I got shot 9 times, but the truth is...
Okay, you did use. AI is something we just got to deal with, man. The thing about AI, especially right now, there's always that uncanny valley
Hang on.
where it's just like, is that 50 Cent or who is that?
His claim to fame was I got shot 9 times, but the truth is he only got shot 5 times. He lied cause he wanted to get shot more than Tupac. Lame choice, game voice, G you not. Queens don't respect you, they know you a joke, you clown. You from Queens, but pay Bronx niggas to hold you down.
Look like Papoose. These two been running through New York the whole time together. Look like Papoose might have some dirt on 50. Look like Papoose might have some info on 50. Papoose waited. Y'all gotta understand. There is a point in my life where nobody could say nothing negative about Papoose, the greatest rapper to me. No period. The Nasarima Dream, that original drop, before they re-released the Rest in Peace to K Slay, the Drama King. Boy, I try to tell y'all, man. Hey, this nigga.
We're done posting everywhere.
But pay Bronx.
What if I am both left and right? Hates me the same in America. Not gonna lie. Thinking owning guns is normal. Studying public schools, which are trash, makes me anti-American. Well, again, public schools have been defunded over the course of 60, 70 years. So there's a reason they suck. They should be funded. They should have the resources that private schools, charter schools, religious schools have. And then they'd be better.
Niggas to hold you down. You even hate on your own crew. Why you be dissing Banks? Is it cause he nicer than you? Or cause you just a snake? Try to take Mayweather money, put you in your place. Heard that story about how Floyd punched you in your face. Been 6 months in shock. You never been upstate.
That wasn't Floyd, by the way. That was Mighty Mouse. I don't know that. AI turned that nigga to Mighty Mouse.
Heard that story about how Floyd punched you in your face. Did 6 months in shock. You never been upstate. Vivica tossed your salad. She had a shitty face.
There's something about Papoose's delivery. Goes, she had a shitty face. That's a hilarious. Oh, nigga, we're 53 seconds in this, and he is bombing on this nigga. He's saying something I didn't know. You know what I mean? Got Bronx people holding you down. You can't, which some people will be like, why is that an insult? Because the insinuation is people in his neighborhood don't mess with him, so he got to go out of his neighborhood to get protection. That's the insinuation.
What's your salad? She had a shitty face. Ew. Black child poked you up, left you with the shakes. Bruno Carvalho yapped your chain and ended up with a case. When he got shot, they tried to take his face off. That nigga jaw was wired up like Jake Paul. When I seen his first movie, I knew he was fake, dog.
His jaw was wired up like Jake Paul.
His man pulled out the gun, was ready for straight wall. He said, we gon' get him another way. Straight fraud. Nigga shot you up and all you wanna do is make songs.
Damani, you might have some competition for the best 50 Cent diss track in this battle. I said with giving Papoose 5 minutes to just dump the clip, that was a ooh. First of all, he had him wired like Jake Paul. He said, you got shot up and all you wanted to do was make songs? Hey. That nigga dissed him for his character on Get Rich or Die Trying. God damn. I'm a gangster, Grandpa.
Get him another way. Straight fraud. Nigga shot you up and all you wanna do is make songs. Damn. You diabetic, take care of yourself. You getting older. If they amputate you, I hope it's your head from your shoulders. I'm not concerned about how much money can Curtis show, cause he bankrupt. So mathematically, Curtis owe the only.
He gonna say Curtis Blow. I see the Curtis Blow coming. These are the. I see it. I see it. You kind of telegraph the punch, doesn't mean it's not gonna hit though. Let's see.
Curtis, we respect in hip hop. It's Curtis Blow, but the question is, how much dick can Curtis Blow? Pause. Seen a picture of you smiling, holding a dildo. Talk all that gangster talk, but is it real though? That's why you say get the strap. I didn't catch on. When 50 say get the strap, he mean get the strap on.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Your cousins are on a trip to Grand Teton National Park in Jackson Hole. Oh, cool. I hope they enjoy their time, and I hope that no ICE agents harass them. I hope they have a safe, fun time on their trip. Because I'm worried. Dude, I'm worried. I'm in New York City, which is one of the safer places to be in the country right now. And I'm very white passing. Right? I'm very white passing. But not completely. People mistake me for Hispanic, Middle Eastern all the time. And I do not trust a racist, stupid ICE agent to not think that maybe I don't belong here. And I'm gonna get snatched up, so I'm very nervous. But I really hope that you cousins have a good time. I'm half white, half black. I know. I look right. Like I'm probably safe, but the fact that I have to think about it is no good, no bueno.
Oh, he been waiting for this. Oh, he been waiting for this. 50. He been waiting for this. You know what's crazy is I keep telling the problem with 50 is 50 got too many beefs going on. This isn't Art of War shit. You got
I've been getting so into ball pit, man. Like I know how to make like crazy fucking builds and shit. Like I'm in the meta now. I can't wait for the next update.
He's starting new conflicts before he
I play this like
one.
every day.
He's dissing Benzino in the middle of this when he's basically looking like he's ignoring other people. He barely rapping, giving you a line here, making AI videos, dissing them. Now he's got the whole Let's Rap About It podcast on his head. And now you got this is unwinnable, gang. Even documentaries, this is unwinnable, gang. You're going to make a Netflix series of documentaries at this point, and it's just, I keep saying the Harrises laid the blueprint out. Now Papoose, dissing 50 now is so easy because all this, if you watch 50 Cent's career, there's a lot of stuff to diss him on. People been dissing, right? And then you mix it with this whole picture of him smiling when he was holding the goddamn glizz. When he was holding the glizz, that's a whole new angle niggas is using. That's crazy. I never saw that picture. I didn't know. But he's mixing the old you lied about how much times you got shot. Niggas, with the noosh, black stabbed you, you got the shivers. Noosh.
When 50 say get the strap, he mean get the strap on. You need therapy, that's the answer. Not mental therapy, chemotherapy. You a cancer, that's your horoscope. Before you came out, New York was dope. All the guards was woke. Hip-hop was flooded with bars and quotes. First you snake the game and sold to Young Buck with your art and soaps. Disrespected Banks cause he wanted time when his father croaked. Your own son protected his mother, did what his father won't. Disrespect your homies, why you cut all of your partners broke? You ain't this.
This is what Papoose do, man. You know what? This is random, but for all my battle rap fans, easy to block. This makes me, because I've always thought, like, you know, in a battle, Easy got the advantage. You know, for the battle rap fan, I'm not going to tell. If you don't understand why I'm bringing up Easy, I'm not going to say it. Now I look at this is 5 minutes. Easy, if this ever happens, it's not going to be as easy as I thought. I'm not saying Papoose was chump, but I always give if it's going to be a battle, I always give kind of the advantage to the people who've been professionally battle rapping for years and years, decades, because if you would have got on Smack stage and rapped this without a beat to 50, oh, nigga, the Don DeMarcos, nigga.
Respect your homies, why you cut all of your partners broke? You ain't this Eminem, he your slave master, you are a joke. Tony Montana voice, I should step on you, you cockroach. Need a larger coat, the gun is so big that it's hard to tote. At your funeral, we gon' send off doves, no bars of soap. Do what artists won't, I just don't think that you ought to go. Just give me my flowers, I want the stem in the artichoke.
Is he, give me my flowers, I want the stem in the art, he's dressed up like Nas. I didn't even realize this. This is Nas gear. Hold on.
A larger coat,
that's Nas One Love, right? One Love. Is that not what Nas was wearing on One Love, or like a version of it? Hold on.
Do I have 21 viewers right now? Is that for real? Is this the most I've ever had? Without getting rated? No, I have 2. I have 2 viewers on Twitch. Maybe I have more. Maybe I have some on YouTube. Oh, let me check. I do. Oh my God. Hello. Hello, folks. I have the chat open on YouTube. I'm not seeing anybody in there. You can chat on YouTube. What's going on? Welcome, welcome. You know, I'm vertical on YouTube, So it's probably just people passing through, scrolling on the TikTok mode of YouTube. But hey, man, I ain't mad at it. That's why we're doing multi-stream, baby. Anyways, let's keep going.
Was that One Love? I gotta figure it out. And I'm the Army Fatigues. That's some CNN, Nori, Capone type joint. I don't know. It look like he's at Queensbridge. He's doing homage to New York artists. Is what it seems like. New York legends. And maybe he's saying 50, you not one. Well, is it One Love? It's not One Love. Y'all know that Green Bomber, man.
Gun is so big that it's hard to tote. At your funeral, we gon' send no doves, no bars of soap. Do what artists won't. I just don't think that you ought to go. Just give me my flowers. I want the stem in the artichoke. Yes, you are a host. How you gonna say that the guard is broke? I got so much ice that I can deport you. Get on the boat. Finger on the toes. G-Unit falling like dominoes. Not the pizza shop.
I got so much ice that I can deport you. Get on the boat. Literally, I just made the reaction, uploaded it, and went live. So this is my second time listening to it. Fucking fire, dude. Fire track.
Squeeze the Glock and they all be ghosts.
This nigga's keeping the same rhyme scheme going this whole time. Nah, this the best one. When it comes to cerebral attacks, because this got the cerebral in it, and it's got the petty in it, the immature. Oh my God.
You trying to roast? He shows a lot of dishonor though. These are God's results. Papoose gon' get him if karma don't. I want all the smoke. Man, I'ma swing till your jaw get broke. And you start to choke. Look at you, I got you on the ropes.
Clarissa got him in that ring. I saw that little turn on the shoulder. Clarissa said, nah, you got to turn with that. You got yeah. Clarissa got him right.
And that's the thing, because like I didn't even know, I didn't know who this guy was, and watching this reaction, Gupta, I mean, ICE is kind of doing inhuman things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, ICE is fucked up. ICE is. I'll show you a song after this, before we go into the Culture United thing that I think you should check out. Everybody should see. I made a reaction to it when it came out a couple months ago, but yeah, it's a song called "Fuck ICE." But yeah, I want to finish this. This is I'm getting some information here about who this guy was. I didn't know he's been around this long. I didn't know that 50 took a shot at his wife. That's, again, something that 50's doing. T.I. said it in one of his disses. Why are you hiding behind women on the battlefield? You got a problem with a guy, so you attack his wife. This is a consistent thing. And much like Drake did. This is a pussy-ass thing. Man up, dude. Square up, bro. Don't fucking diss this girl. Fuck off.
Always say I love battles and diss tracks when niggas are doing it for this, because all the people going against 50 are doing honorable shit. Everybody who's dissing 50 right now, besides the Mano podcast and stuff like that, is protecting the woman in their life. Or jumped out, not because he didn't really diss 50 on the song when he dissed him. It was after Clarissa. And then after you come back, okay, now we spinning. Because this 5 minute, John, don't think he didn't start writing this right after the Clarissa situation. You feel me?
I want all the smoke. Man, I'ma swing till your jaw get broke. And you start to choke. Look at you, I got you on the ropes. Murder Inc. defeated you in the street, you just lied the most. The locks killed you on some D-block shit with the rounds they wrote. Rick Ross won. Your other beef was kinda close. More losses than wins, testing Papoose. Vominos. You won't be a
damn, he's just kind of dropping facts. He said Murder Inc. beat you in the street. He did not say in the beef. He said in the street. Yeah. Now, I will say 50 Cent, I think when it comes to Murder Inc., beat them completely. It don't matter if they won. The streets might have been the first round. 50 got the final fatality. The nigga who hit the fatality at the end was 50. So, but damn it. Let this nigga alone. You gave him a reason. This shit got over 250,000 views in a day. You gave him a reason to jump out on your head top. Remember when I reacted to his song when he was saying I'll smoke the big three?
shame to have herpes if you were smarter. Than wins testing Papoose, vominos. You won't be ashamed to have herpes if you were smarter, cause you can avoid passing it to your sex partner. That's too much, boy. Your baby mother threw you under the bus. I guess Daphne didn't bring you too much joy. Hiding that you got herpes makes you a fuck boy. Why you don't just admit it like NBA young boy?
That's not even a diss. It's not even a diss. NBA young boy did that shit. That's not a diss at all. It's a diss to 50 because he's saying that you got him and Papoose talked to somebody in New York. That'd be the problem when you from the same place as nigga you dissing. Niggas can find a lot. He found some shorty that used to go to La Marina. You feel me? And she gave him the whole jumping to, you feel me? Like, you messed up here. You messed up.
Laugh when Jewels got caught with a gun. Then you laugh when Supreme blew trail. Are you dumb? You laughed at Jimmy Henchman bid. This hoe is frail. I know about you.
Is that Jimi Hendrix or Jimmy Cosby, nigga? They got Ghost Dad and AI be fucking y'all up, dog. I ain't gonna lie. The AI videos, but I keep saying one day very soon, you will not be able to tell the difference. You will not be able to tell the difference. And if you're like an anti-AI and stuff and everything type person, you're gonna lose the war. It's just what it's looking like. You know, I'm pretty anti on most things. I don't really care about it. Depends on how much you use it in artwork and stuff. But when it comes to, I am totally against AI music. Totally against that. But the videos, I go, all right.
I like the little emoji you got there. That's cool.
If you use it as a tool, but you know, I still gotta be like, yeah, nigga, that look like Clifford Huxtable, nigga. That don't look.
Jimmy Henchman bid. This hoe is frail. I know about you dry snitching on him. I know it well. What type of street nigga laughs when somebody go to jail? You think last summer was hot? Wait till you go to hell. What sense of humor is good? I'm convinced. But what is the sense of humor when a person's humor makes no sense? A nigga disrespect Papoose, I knocked him out. A nigga disrespect 50, he put a doc you out.
What? And maybe because I know Paps, the whole thing.
Hey, what's going on? Sharon Jones, how you doing? Welcome. We are reacting to Screwface reacting to Papoose's 50 Cent diss. Then I'm gonna showcase a fantastic song by a fellow YouTuber and rapper like Screwface here, Jalopy Bungus' song "Fuck Ice," and then we're gonna go into the company man Justin Hunt's Culture United from last night, where they talk about the entire 50 Cent getting stomped on by the culture.
I ain't gonna talk about who we talk about because, man, you know, they pieced it up.
So welcome.
They cool and shit like that.
And thank you for saying hello.
That's always been the word on the street. Papoose got the and something. You know what I mean? That's always been what it was.
And of course, we got Ball Pit going here in the corner. I love Ball Pit.
You know, the other person's side to say he was lying and this, that, and that. I've heard a lot of people say Pap wasn't lying. So I've heard of people say he was lying too. So I don't know, but
a nigga disrespect 50, he put a doc you out. Damn. We not the same. Puff at your girl inside his house. Everything I do for morals and principles, not for clout. If you ever talk to 50 in person, you gotta shout. His breath smell like he got a whole pile of shit inside his mouth.
I like that visual. He doesn't have a shitty smelling breath. He doesn't. It's not like his breath smells like shit. It smells like you have a whole pile of shit inside your mouth. Because now I visualize that, and it's like just a pile of shit sitting in his mouth. The use of language is important, folks, to get across a message.
This is a delayed Don DeMarco because you deserved about 3 or 4 of them already. Don DeMarco, bang, bang. I'm going to give it to you for the immature bar, though. He said he got a whole pile of shit. He said this nigga breast stink. He dissected everything, nigga. And by the way, your breast stink.
Talk to 50 in person, you.
Now he's just playing the dozens. I love me, and I tell you too, in a battle, don't always look for the more lyrical person. The funnier person is a threat too. They got advantage too. And I mean, Papoose is clearly more of a lyricist than 50 Cent has ever been, obviously. 50 Cent can rap, but he's never been like Papoose has been Papoose. And let me find out Papoose is funny too, because I've always thought like, well, Papoose doesn't really show too much of his personality. He never really been like that. I wish he did more. But let me find out he's funny too, because if you would have asked me, I would think 50 is just funnier, but they say he had a whole pile of shit in his mouth. It's crazy.
Gotta shout. It smell like he got a whole pile of shit inside his mouth. Was scared of Maserati.
Right? Isn't it like a different? It's slightly more effective than just saying your breath smells shitty or your breath smells bad, or it smells like shit, or you're spewing shit out of your mouth, you have a whole pile of shit sitting inside your mouth. The choice of words. Gupta, the Tupac Notorious big beef was real. Yes, it was. But all these beefs are real. I'd say the only ones that were like manufactured. Not that I'm not the biggest rap historian. When we get to Culture United, they are. But they're all real to an extent of like they really do have an issue with them.
God bless the dead, you know we shoot niggas from the waist up, arm, chest, and head. Heard he deaded you on your money, took off with your bread. You ain't do nothing cause you a cop, you mark with the feds. I turn your legs to spaghetti, can't walk with your legs. Put your fat ass right to sleep, go on, get to bed. Used to listen to you in the car, you worthless dog. Your cartoons ain't been the same since Smurf been gone. He the one who was putting in that pain.
Here's another thing. If you know the 50 Cent story, this diss track cuts way deeper. There's gonna be some people who just start, who only know 50 Cent, the social media influencer, not gonna know about Bang'em Smurf, not gonna know about Maserati Fox, might not know about Jimmy Henchman.
Yeah, like I don't know any of this stuff. That's why I watch these videos.
Might not know about Supreme. Might not know about Ja Rule. Nigga, keep it gangster.
I know about Ja Rule.
So,
I know about that one. To an extent.
He's getting 50 back for that. I'm God to you.
One who was putting in that pain, him and Damo. You ain't putting work on homo. You live by the 48 laws of power, a book for sinners. The Bible or the Quran is what you should consider. Allegedly, you burned the house down. Look, bitch, nigga, your baby mother don't want you no more. You looking bitter. Them steroids that you taking got you looking bigger. You dismay no Fab and Pap. Brooklyn niggas, the real 50 Cent from Brooklyn. Look, bitch, nigga, just remember you got your name from a Brooklyn nigga.
It's over. It's over, my nigga.
He's like, it's over. He's dead already.
Stability, precision.
He's dead already. Stop hurting him. And look, again, just like with Drake, I was never a fan of 50. I'm never a fan of Drake. I didn't understand their appeal, but I also understood that I was not very in touch with music. So, it must be something that I'm not getting. But all these years later, and my wife says this because I'm a Taurus, but all these years later, seeing the culture rally around, yeah, fuck this guy. And me feeling justified of like, oh, I was right all along? I was right all along? I'm getting joy, baby. I'm getting joy out of it. I have to remember to download that last T.I. song because that one was really good. I have all of them on here. Maybe I gotta download this one too. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is way crazy. Miss Jackson. This makes Miss Jackson kind of look respectful. Besides the fact, you know, he's talking to his mother who's passed, which is the ultimate disrespect. He wasn't really even disrespecting her. He was more using her as a literary tool, artistic tool. This right here is just a bloody dogfight. This is smack URL levels. This is don't forget, nigga, I'm a New York, Brooklyn nigga. This is, I've always said I think it's illegal to be a nigga in New York and not at least have an 8. Not at least have a hot 8. I think it's a
hot 8 bars. I'm sorry, I don't. I've tried to write music. I don't have the ear for music. I'm a visual guy. Out of the audio visual category, I am more visual. But in the last year or so, I've been really bumping up my audio bona fides, getting back into music and making all these reaction videos. So, you know, maybe it'll come around. Maybe one day you will hear me spit a hot 8.
A local law. If a cop can stop you and be like, spit that shit. And if you don't got at least a hot 8, you can get a fine. Apparently. So, cause goddamn, nigga, you just stop in the corner, nigga, ciphering like, God damn, you just sold me a chopped cheese. You come in here dropping fire, nigga. Damn, he said you got your name from a Brooklyn nigga. How dare you disrespect Brooklyn niggas? Damn.
Real 50 Cent from Brooklyn. Look, bitch nigga, just remember you got your name from a Brooklyn nigga. The U.S. kidnapped the president of Venezuela while we was distracted by 50 Cent's propaganda. I think he worked for MAGA, sent to distract us all. Used to be a rat, now he an agent provocateur. They put us in danger in the midst of the night. That's why they had to cancel all the Caribbean flights. Never gives good advice cause he mentally can't. Doesn't display forward thinking, he's not really advanced.
Yeah, and you see what I'm saying? He's actually, it's 5 minutes, so he kind of hit this nigga with every angle.
MAGA sent.
He came with the out street the nigga.
MAGA sent.
Out lyrics the nigga, out hip hop the nigga, out culture nigga. Now he's getting to the out soul the nigga, out honor a nigga, out goddamn wise a nigga. Think deep about what's going on. Now he's getting deep with it. Oh, you distracting us from what's going on? You an agent provocateur. We know that you rock with MAGA. He getting you with now you're cerebrally, ooh, damn. Now he making the fans feel a certain way for being on his side.
That's right. That's right. He's doing the Kendrick thing. I'm with the culture feeling. If you're part of the culture, then you feel the way I feel. It's a nice rhetorical trick. Language is important. FD Signifier pointed that out in his Kendrick Drake video, which I encourage you all to watch. Kendrick was diabolical with it, but it is a good strategy, and you gotta use every weapon in your arsenal. Take it back.
Culture nigga. Now he's getting to the out soul a nigga, out honor a nigga, out goddamn wise a nigga. Think deep about what's going on. Now he's getting deep with it. Oh, you distracting us from what's going on? You an agent provocateur. We know that you rock with MAGA. He getting you with now you're cerebrally, ooh, damn. Now he making the fans feel a certain way for being on his side.
He can't, doesn't display forward thinking, he's not really advanced. YouTube was working for him if he gives him a chance. Some of them will literally suck his dick through his pants. I can see straight through him why these idiots can't. He promising them he gonna do a bunch of shit that he can't. Even when he has friends, he takes the enemy stance. Cause he works for the government, he just the industry plant. They don't do fact checks, supposed to listen and learn. Just regurgitate a whole bunch of shit that they heard. He got them all under the wing, this shit is absurd. He has a lot of wingspan, cause this nigga's a bird.
He literally rapped to the last second of that song. I love it.
Now 50.
There's no outro, no nothing.
This nigga had a whole. This wasn't the snippet he dropped was just for fun, apparently, because he didn't even use none of those bars. Now 50 said, 50 responded to the little freestyle he dropped over Many Men and said, "I'm not gonna respond to nobody who does it. Who can't make a hit record for themselves." You know what, 50? I would use that angle too. Yeah, go ahead, leave that nigga alone. Go ahead, leave that nigga alone. Go ahead, leave that nigga. Yeah, he caught a dub off you. Just be all right. You caught a dub off me. You can be. I'm still richer. Use that angle. You know what I'm saying? Because
you say, Alex, what's so wrong with defending Russia? The people need to understand that my patriotism for my country should be respected. If India is pro-Russia, name of dude, it's defending. Always here's a good quote from the late Michael Brooks. Be sympathetic to people, harsh with systems. So, the people of a country, like I'm an American, I do not agree with what Donald Trump is doing. The Iranian people, for the most part, I would think, do not agree with what their government is doing. The Russian people, for the most part, I would think, do not agree with what Putin is doing. Same, Israel, it's a little 50-50. I would still say the people who aren't partaking in polls don't agree with what Netanyahu is doing. The government, and it's not even the government itself, because the government is a neutral entity. It's who is in the government. Those are the people that we have problems with. Putin, Netanyahu, Trump. Modi, not a random American or Indian or Russian or Israeli person.
Yeah, you don't want to rap with this nigga. Leave him alone. You don't really want to rap with Damani and them too. I feel like that's probably why the documentary's coming. That's cool. But you did rap. So I can't say you didn't rap. So you did rap. Like I said, no matter how my respect for 50 goes up for him rapping.
Thank you. So much for the follow. Sensei Arc. No, Sensei Rack. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. We're finishing up this reaction from Screwface Sean. Oh, it's your buddy from Denmark. Cool, man. Thank you very much for sharing the stream and recommending. We're finishing up this reaction to 50 Cent diss. Then I'm gonna play you guys a song by another YouTuber / rapper like Screwface here, called Jalopy Bungus, and his song Anti-Ice Song. Papoose, a rapper named Papoose, dissed 50 Cent. But there's been so many, I understand why you asked the question. T.I. dissed him, T.I.'s son dissed him, T.I.'s other sons dissed him, T.I.'s daughter had words for him. There was a couple other rappers, Fabulous, made a diss track too, but this guy, Papoose, I had never heard of him either until today, and I made my reaction, and in my reaction, I said, hey, if you guys know any other Papoose songs or albums I should listen to, let me know. This is my YouTube channel, by the way. I make a lot of album reactions, music reactions, movie trailer and video game reaction. I talk about movies, TV, video games, and music. All that kind of stuff. So, if you like any of those 4 things, there's something on my channel for you. Yeah. But yeah, let's finish up this video here. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
Always does with a nigga rapping. No matter if I thought it was good or not, no matter if it was just one bar, just he rapped. He entered the battle. He submitted his round. And that's why I always say to people, I think people think like, with me, I only respect you if you win a battle. If you lose a battle, I don't rock with you. Nah, nigga. Win, lose, or draw. If you jumped in there and you battled, I'm more of a fan of you. Facts. But I will say, they are gonna have niggas looking at you different, 50. I ain't gonna lie. God damn, Papoose. I might go listen to Nasarima Dream, man. That shit finally came out. Rest in peace to K Slay, man. The Drama King. I've been watching Papoose since he was rocking Cheeto Green. All them knives, all them cheese on them. I was there. I was there for Faces of Death. I remember Pap. I was there. I might be the only reactor on YouTube. And I'm willing to test this because I've seen most of y'all. Most of y'all just started listening to hip hop in like 2015, I could tell. Ain't nobody, yeah, I'm really from the soil of this shit, so it's like, come on, bro, I was there. Massa Mussolini, you better get flag on me.
All right, give me 1 second. I have to hit the bathroom real quick. I will be literally 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Look how much water I drink, okay? I tend to go to the bathroom a lot. See, we're back. That was quick. Okay. Alright, now I want to show y'all this song. I also have a reaction, my first reaction to this song on my channel. It's also on my playlist because I love it so much. Well, here we go.
Trump getting office, you niggas get to acting bold every motherfucking time, bro. If your people is not indigenous to this motherfucker, you do not own it. Let any of you ice motherfuckers pull up when I'm with the homies. We putting hands and feet on you. Facts. Straight up. Everybody a thug till them lights pull up. And everybody got a gun until ICE pull up. A middle finger to the president, cause I ain't too impressed. How the fuck you kicking niggas out? Ain't you niggas guests? So it's death to an ICE truck driver. You shouldn't be one. Throw up a middle finger every time you see one. Was born in this shit and they treat us like stillbirth. How they immigrants? They ancestors was here first. How we immigrants? Our ancestors was here too. Black and brown about to click up. Cops in the rear view. Asking people if they legal. Was you tipsy, nigga? Look, I am not a killer, but don't frisk me, nigga. 08 Pittsburgh, it get blitzy, nigga. I'm man of God, but fucking with me is risky, nigga. That's how it should be. A fucking cannon bust. The nerve of you motherfuckers breaking families up. The same bullet you was gonna put in the op-ed, put it in the ICE member politics.
I love the fact that he censored those lines himself because it sticks out more when you listen to it. You're like, oh, it's suddenly muted. Let me go back and listen again and again and again to figure out what he was trying to say. And I figured it out. The bullet you were going to put in a cop head, or the bullet you were going to put in an op head, like an opposition person's head, put it in a cop head and watch the officer drop dead. That's what he said.
Breaking families up. The same bullet you was gonna put in the op-ed, put it in the ICE member. Politics is full of hypocrites and they acting like they haven't sent. Give a fuck if they a criminal, so is the president. Power to my black people, power to the Mexicans, power to the whites. Ride with us protesting it. If your ancestors wasn't here, you the immigrant. Bitch, I fuck with everybody, especially the indigenous, the east, the west, the north, the south. It could be English, Spanish coming out their mouth. Bitch, I'm cool with everybody. Bitch, I'm cool with everybody. Bitch, I'm cool with everybody. Bitch, I'm cool with everybody.
This guy, his name is Jalopy Bungus, which is a pretty funny name, I must say. He makes a lot more content about rap and hip-hop, much like the guy I was just showing, Screwface. That was Screwface Jean. This guy is Jalopy Bungus, and he talks about hip-hop and the culture and music and how it intersects with politics when necessary. Like this video about that actually, you know what, I'm gonna bring up and we will get to
hand off your taxes
after,
to an ex.
Actually, maybe we'll get to that next, and then we'll do Culture United because that's long. Yeah, because this one is about Israel, and Trump and Netanyahu are losing and getting desperate, and now the FBI has said that there might be an attack in California, which a lot of people think is a false flag that Trump and Netanyahu are setting up to get Americans more on board with this war, but I'll let him explain it. Let's just finish this song, because yeah, it's fire, right? It's fucking great. It's an anthem. It's a protest anthem, and we need more of these.
They gangsters, civilians, the nerds walking through the trenches, then we headed to the birds. Bitch, I'm cool with everybody. Bitch, I'm
and
cool.
I love that the chorus isn't just fuck ICE. The chorus is I'm cool with everybody. It's uniting. It's camaraderie. It's collectivism.
Bitch, I'm cool with everybody. Bitch, I'm cool with everybody. You either the 1% or you not, bro. They don't give a fuck what you look like if you don't got dough. The road to riches, nigga, all we had was potholes. Stories of happiness and all we had was potholes. Y'all thinking Trump the only villain? Bitch, you got amnesia. A Democrat and never gave a fuck about me either. I see a bitch and both of them niggas, they like Medea. They got an M on their mind, they looking like Vegeta. Without the Mexicans, this shit ain't really Phoenix, bro. They want us to follow the law when the leaders don't. I put a bullet in the suit like Luigi did. Then go to court and beat the case like a Feeney did. Violence for nothing ain't the message sent. Trust, I only advocate for self-defense. I bust, it's me, God, and this stick I told. And who the fuck will talk about this shit if hip-hop won't? The East, the West, the North, the South.
Who's gonna talk about this
Spanish coming out their mouth. Bitch, I'm cool with everybody.
Nobody else is gonna make the song.
Bitch, I'm cool with everybody. Bitch, I'm cool with everybody. They gangsters, civilians, the nerds. Walking through the trenches, then we headed to the birds. Bitch, I'm cool with everybody. 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 Fuck guys. Hey, say 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 fuck ice. Hey, say fuck ice. Nigga.
Yeah, man. I see. Denmark done something similar. I'm convinced. We had drones flying over all our airport. I'm certain it was a scare trick. Yeah. But they refused to shoot him down. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, let's check out his video where he talks about this. Here we go. And you know what? For this, I will make Ball Pit big. And I will move him... stay right here. That's fine. So yeah, cause I'm worried about it. My wife's worried about it. I want to get some information.
This video is about to get very surgical.
But know that any of this is because that they're worried they're losing. They're worried that they know they cannot sustain a prolonged war with Iran without their people's support. It's not going to be Iraq and Afghanistan where it lasts 20 years without the support of the populace. And there is no appetite for long, prolonged, forever wars. So they want to try and manufacture that appetite. Let's see.
Everybody a thug till them lights pull up. And everybody got a gun until ICE pull up. A middle finger to the president, cause I ain't too impressed. How the fuck you kicking niggas out? Ain't you niggas guess, so it's death to...
We've been breaking down propaganda. We've been trying to see, okay, where is this propaganda coming from? Who is it connected to? Why is it coming out at this time? What's the goal? And that's what we've been doing in terms of looking at it through the lens of hip hop, right? All of that should have been able to prepare us, right, for what we're about to see coming for the next months or years or whatever is coming. Because even the tools like manufacturing consent, right, we can use those tools right now to break down what we're seeing in the news today, okay? They just announced that Iran might be plotting a revenge terror attack on California with army of drones, right? And this is coming directly from the FBI, right? This is right after we found out everything the FBI has been lying about, has been doing, withholding the cures to disease, all types of crazy stuff, right? Just to put that out there. And the funny thing is, right, this is right around the time where the people of America are not aligned with a war with Iran, right? The people in America are not on the same page with the people who want to push a war on Iran. I would argue, from my perspective, even the supporters of the current administration in office are not in support of this war.
MAGA doesn't want it either.
So you
regular
have
Republican
the
voters don't
majority
want
of
it
Americans, regardless of their political affiliation, regardless of their skin, regardless of whatever, who are against this war. So you can't just go do what you want to do without getting the approval of the American citizens, because then you're asking for turmoil,
right,
and you're asking for potential chaos while trying to handle these things. So, one thing we talked about in an old video of mine, right, when we looked at Noam Chomsky and manufactured consent from the perspective of how Drake and OVO and anybody associated with OVO, right, the academics, etc., are pushing propaganda in order to spread a narrative. They create a boogeyman, right? So somebody to fear. You see what I'm saying? Then they create the conglomerate of the news outlets, which has transcended beyond, today is beyond the legacy media, you feel what I'm saying? But people still had the legitimacy or believe in the legitimacy of legacy media because, you know, it looks all professional and shit. But
yeah, he right.
If you apply what they do, right, to what the U.S. government is doing now, you can see, right, the parallels. So let's just look into this real quick, okay? Of this.
And by the way, I just love the way that he's using the framing of like hip hop to talk about these issues because that's what I do on my channel. I talk about movies, music, video games, and TV. Art is inherently political. There are connections to what's happening in those shows or movies, TV, music, video games, to real world things. Whether it just be video game consoles can't ship because the Strait of Hormuz is being blocked by Iran because Israel and the United States is attacking them. Or a video game not coming out on time because of that. Because of chip shortages, because of tariffs imposed by Donald Trump. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to get a Switch 2 because of the tariffs. I did get my Switch 2. But it's all connected. It's all connected.
Binge terror attack that's supposed to be coming directly from Iran. That in reality is just a warning, right? It's just a warning, a precaution. But the media is spinning it as if it's something that is to come. There's a lot of fear mongering with how they're presenting this. The FBI has issued an urgent warning to cops across California of a potential Iranian drone strike on the Golden State. Tehran was looking at deploy unmanned aircraft on the region as the country reels after the U.S. wiped out its supreme leader last month.
Let's keep going.
Right? California has the highest concentration of Iranian descendants in the U.S., up to 500,000, but it's not clear if that is why the state would be targeted. We recently acquired information, and I feel like even this little statement right here, in my perspective, is to create that civil distrust. And when you talk about all the conversation around illegal immigrants, that potentially leads to sleeper cells being activated, and automatically people are going to assume and align those sleeper cells with Iranian Americans.
You going to Los Angeles this August? Cool, man. Hope you have a good trip. Dude, let me know how it goes. I've never been to Los Angeles. I've always wanted to go. It's one of my bucket list items.
It's the same way that people used to align terrorism with, the Middle East and anybody who looked like they were from the Middle East. We got movies, we got comedy specials, we got all these different things to create this propaganda against.
Well, again, be careful. Be careful. Don't get in any drunken brawls.
That in general. So,
don't give them a reason.
We recently acquired information that as of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the course of the United States homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. So, essentially what they're saying is that...
Mrs. Sydney Vile, hello. Nice to see you in chat. Do I have a girlfriend? No, but I have a beautiful fiance who is watching me from work right now. He's married, yes. Gupta's right. Gupta, that's her. She's poking in. She's saying hello. That's Mrs. Devil.
If we ever went to go attack Iran had it ready to go that they was going to get busy on California. That's pretty much what they saying. Okay? It says, we have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. Of course not. The alert was sent to police departments across the region, but it does not make it clear where specifically could be targeted. The FBI declined to comment when approached by the Post. Now, the interesting thing is, I got this article pulled up from 2002 on Bush and 9/11. And the irony
it's getting a little tight
is that
here for me.
they say in this article, right, let me see if I can find it real quick. First, it says Bush was told in the months before the September 11th attacks that Osama bin Laden's terrorist network might hijack U.S. passenger planes. Information which prompted the administration to issue an alert to federal agencies, but not the American public. Now, there's not much of a difference between this and this. The only difference is the American public is getting the information now.
Right. I was going to bring that up. That's a good point. I'm glad he brought that up. It's the same thing. Bush was warned Osama bin Laden was going to attack. Trump administration or the FBI is warned that Iran might attack, right? The difference is they're sharing that information to gin up fear. There was no reason for Bush to try and gin up fear. He already won the election. He didn't care. Now they want support for the war. And Bush wasn't planning on, well, I'm sure Cheney and Rumsfeld were planning on doing something in the Middle East. But maybe they decided, let's not tell anybody, and we'll see if it happens. And if it does, then we'll use that as an excuse. That's the inside job of it all. They just didn't warn. They didn't make it public. Now, again, this reason for making this public now is to just get public support for their illegal war on Iran at Israel's behest.
Now, is the American public getting the information because they want the American public to know, right? Like, or is there more of a underlying agenda going on here to where maybe there's a fear that the information gets out, but on top of that, maybe to create that division within the people of California and really the people of America.
I should travel. The United States is huge. I know there's lots of beautiful things to see. I never had the money. But you know what? This year, we're building up the money this year. Me and my wife. And we are planning on traveling. And it's going to be fun. I'm excited. And again, when this fascist regime falls, and it is falling, and we get more progressives in office and things, affordability is actually affordable, and we can afford groceries and travel and vacations and stuff like that. Oh boy, I'm going to take vacations. Oh boy, I'm going to travel because I want to see this fucking United States that I love so much.
And amplify the narrative around ICE and what ICE is doing, right? Because in reality,
I want to go to Los Angeles,
if
Chicago.
We can make you believe
San Francisco.
that there are sleeper cells in the country, which I'm not saying there isn't, whatever. I'm just giving you perspective. If we can make you believe that there's sleeper cells, you will only align the people who align with your perspective of what a sleeper cell could be, which would be immigrants, which would be immigrants associated with the country that we are essentially at war with right now, or about to go into full war with. You feel what I'm saying? The U.S. and Israel carried out.
Yes, I want to go to Yosemite. Yeah, Gupta said he's going to Yosemite after he goes to Los Angeles, I think, right? Right? Somebody said that. Oh no, he said his cousins are in taking a trip to Jackson Hole right now, and that they're going to Yellowstone afterwards. Yeah. Oh, you're going to Vegas after LA. Cool. Yeah, I want to go to Vegas too. I want to see Vegas. I'm not a big gambler, but I just want to go there to have the experience of going to Las Vegas. Yeah, I wanna. There's so many cool places in this country I want to see.
Strikes in Iran nearly 2 weeks ago, plunging the Gulf
Maybe I can
region
learn
in
to
the
drive.
war.
We can do a
Tehran has
road trip.
carried out retaliatory strikes and made repeated threats to the U.S. mainland. Newsom addressed the FBI alert during the press conference on Wednesday, admitted there was a critical threat. Drone issues have been top of mind. We've been aware of that information.
Yes,
We've
she
been
is
working
my punk
collaboratively with
queen.
the State Operations Center. Okay, so the irony around all of this, right?
Speaking of punks, folks, check my reaction to Vile, girl band Vile from Minneapolis with their new album Hellhound. Anyways, stop promoting my channel.
Is the timing. Clearly somebody would say, well, yeah, obviously, because we're at war with these with this country and all this different stuff, right? I doubt an attack actually takes place. If an attack does take place, I'm more leaning on the side of a false flag. I'm more leaning on the side of how do we get the American people to align with what we want to do. You pull out the old playbook and you say fear, right? You create Iran as the boogeyman, which they've been doing, but it hasn't worked as much.
I went to California one time in my life to visit my uncle who lives in San Francisco, and our plane stopped in Nevada, and we had to do a transfer in the airport. So I technically have been to Nevada, just in the airport. But I would like to go again and actually get to explore.
Much as it probably would have in 2001 or 2008 or 2010, right? People aren't going for it as much. The American government has lost a lot of trust.
Right.
Which, I mean, it already had been, but even a lot of the people who did trust this whole thing have stepped back and lost trust within this government. So because of this, not only do I believe that surveillance, right, and maybe even a new way of living will be presented to the people, right? And this is simply because they did the same thing with 9/11. When 9/11 came around, you had the Patriot Act. All of a sudden, we got all these different check-ins and when you're getting on flights and all these different ways in order to keep a stronger eye and justify keeping an eye on the American people. I believe that will intensify in connection to this confrontation with Iran, right? And on top of that, I believe in order to kick this thing off, there has to be some level of a false flag within the country. Now, in reality, a drone attack on California is not even likely. It's like, bro, we talking about America here. We got some of the best defense systems in the world. And if you have a warning, right, on or you have an idea of what's about to happen in this country, then it's like, how will we not be able to defend it? And I guess the only argument, once again, would be, well, we don't know who's who. We don't know who's really an American. We don't know who's really American and might be aligned with the Iranian government. We don't know who's an illegal immigrant and was only here in order to activate an attack from the inside, right, by sending people in. We don't know what's going on. We don't know. So now we have to up the surveillance so we do know. And that'll probably be, right, that'll probably be carried out by agents that are on the floor, such as ICE. You see what I'm saying? I feel like none of this is conspiracy. I think at this point, y'all should be tired of using that word. For anybody that still use a conspiracy theorist, I think it's time to graduate. I think it's time to use your common.
Yes, most people, well, a lot of people in this country are in college debt because colleges aren't free, and they should be.
Sense and use your ability to connect things and say, if we look in these files, right, connected to Epstein, and we see a lot of the things that people were called conspiracy theorists for, were actually in the files this whole time, maybe it's time to stop throwing that word around so much. Maybe
I would agree, but here's the thing. I pay into it, but it's too much. Again, it's highly expensive. It's like more than a house sometimes. But what he's saying here about conspiracy, the word conspiracy has a negative connotation to it that's like, oh, that's a crazy person thing. But no, if you conspire with other people to do a crime, that's a conspiracy. It's a legal term. A conspiracy theory also has a negative connotation, like an Alex Jones, again, a crazy person thing. But if you have a theory that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump conspired to do what they did to children that I can't say on Twitch or YouTube, that's a sound theory of conspiracy. So I agree with his sentiment, but you can still use the word. You don't have to throw it off as, oh, that's a conspiracy theory, that's a crazy theory. Say, no, that's a conspiracy. That's a real conspiracy. This is a real conspiracy that happened. This Epstein thing.
It's time to stop virtue signaling and trying to debunk and trash people who have an outside perspective or look at things differently. Maybe it's time to open our minds a little bit and say, what's really going on? We just seen a bunch of files be put out that validate the conspiracy theorists who were shunned, trashed, shit on for years. And instead of taking that into account,
and importantly,
we're going to still throw out these words of conspiracy.
And importantly, the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, the victims were the ones who were silenced the most. Not the people reporting on it. They were also silenced. Savannah Guthrie's mother is still missing. But it's the victims who were silenced the most and who need justice. And that's what we're fighting for. Justice. That's why I love superheroes so much.
Conspiracy theorists and...
Also, by the way, punk, check out The Paradox. All black punk band from Atlanta. More pop punk than anything. But, yeah.
Crazy people and all this different stuff. Maybe it's time to use this. Right? I don't need I don't need a plaque. I don't need a diploma. I don't need none of that to see the connections of what's going on right now and how this is clearly an attempt to manufacture consent for invasion of Iran. I just don't need that. Okay? So based on everything we've been able to use to know, okay, this is coming from Drake's camp, right? This information, this propaganda is coming from Drake's camp in order to manufacture consent or whatever about to be pushed out, or manufacture consent propaganda against TDE, PG Lane, Kendrick Lamar, anybody against that in that camp, right? I mean, you just seen Momo Boyd is getting industry plant allegations, and if you think that's an accident, I hate to break it to you. That's manufactured consent. So if we are able to use that information and use our ability to break things down in that aspect, we should be able to use it here. Okay?
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in...
Yeah. That's, again, I love the way he's connecting art with politics. He's connecting, hey, this thing over here, Momo Boyd, she's a great singer. She was on Baby Keem's last album. I have a reaction for that. And the music video that came out of that, Good Flirts, with Kendrick Lamar. She's getting a lot of traction right now, a lot of excitement. People love that song. I'm going to make a reaction tomorrow to her single that's dropping. Because I'm looking forward to seeing what else she's got, because she's a great singer. And I'm excited. But people calling her an industry plant and trying to discredit her, that's bullshit. It's the same thing here. It's the same thing here.
So you see the parallels between what was happening right before 9/11 and after 9/11, I'm willing to bet you're about to get the same thing here. I'm willing to bet you also it's not gonna work the second time. And if in order for it to work, it's not gonna be by manipulating the masses outside of fear. It's going to be fear. It's going to be a bigger attack than 9/11, right? If that's going to work, or the bluff of a bigger attack than 9/11 that gets halted or gets stopped or whatever you got to say. But this is clearly a false flag that is being that might be on the way for, you know, we don't know who, we don't know when, and we don't know how. But I would argue that in the aftermath of this attack, I think it's important to still maintain our level of common sense, which is hard to do in that level of attack because of the fear that it could happen anywhere. But I think it's important to note what's going on here. You feel what I'm saying? I think it's important to note what you see happening here. I mean, even the FBI, right? They've been posting these like corny ass, like look at this.
Fortunate life events and research.
They've been posting these corny ass videos with using musicians' art in hopes that the musicians quote tweet it and spread it as well, I believe. In order to manufacture consent, they're using the tactics that, you know, people have been using on social media in order to do whatever.
Yeah.
And
I mean, they've been posting things like montages of bombing campaigns with like clips from Marvel movies and stuff like that, hoping that Disney will sue them and it'll become a bigger story. Or Nintendo is now suing the White House for using several of their video games and music as this propaganda. So, you know, they're trying to rage bait to spread their message further. I have a video about AI in India. Will you watch it? Yeah, we'll watch it after this one. Put it in the chat.
You can clearly see like what's going on here. The legacy media is starting to pick up on it. Like this is very obvious what's going on here. Matter of fact, I haven't watched this.
Research has proven mass shooters don't snap. They are created through a series of unfortunate life events and stressors that can build.
2 hours ago, by the way. Before most mass attacks, attackers often show concerning behaviors or exhibit signs that they are on a path to violence. You may be in a unique position to observe these signs in someone you know. Knowing the signs and sharing your concerns can be the key to preventing a massive attack, a mass violence in your community. Now, the funny part about putting that message out is, once again, this is the same page. This is the same that has been manufactured consent around ICE agents, right? That has been pushing propaganda in order to encourage people to become ICE agents, and on top of that, validate what they're doing.
Hey, reference frame, what's going on? Welcome. Okay, Gupta, I got you here. How you doing? We are talking about the FBI warning that LA might get attacked, and then we're gonna get into this video by sent by the viewer over on Twitch, Legit Gupta. Wait, what is this? Oh. And then we're going to get into a longer conversation about 50 Cent and the beef.
You may be in a unique position to observe these signs as someone you know. Knowing the signs and sharing your concerns can be the key preventing to an attack mass violence in your community. Now, the funny thing is, this could easily end up just being, hey, this person looks like a sleeper cell. This person looks like somebody who is sent here in order to commit an attack on U.S. soil. Like that's how this could be spun. and I think that they're aware of what they're doing.
Yeah, it's all dog
and I
whistles.
think it's very obvious.
It's all racist dog whistles.
And then we look at these
Doing great, just came
media
from
outlets that have been
attacks on our homeland. A new alert reviewed by ABC News revealing Iran's
it's 2:45. I
aspirations
didn't
to
realize
conduct a surprise attack specifically against unspecified targets in California. The FBI saying it's war
with Iran. Iran aspires to attack U.S. with drones.
Police departments across the Golden State now of strikes by unmanned aerial vehicles or drones as tensions rise in the Middle East. Let's get straight to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Kontersky. Aaron, what are you learning?
We've reviewed an alert that came within the last couple of weeks, Kira, just recently from the FBI to law enforcement agencies up and down the California coastline, warning that Iran is aspiring now to perhaps launch some kind of a retaliatory attack.
To perhaps launch, like, they're very...
on the U.S. mainland using drones on the West Coast. The alert that we reviewed said an uncorroborated report suggested that unidentified Mexican cartel leader...
Another boogeyman that the Trump administration... And I'm not saying, you know what I'm saying, but clearly the Trump administration has been making Mexican cartels the boogeyman as well. There's been a lot of propaganda in how the role that the cartel plays and whatever's going on here and all this different stuff. And that's not to say that two things can't be true, because, you know, whoever knows. But clearly the target, they've created their targets.
Had authorized attacks using drones carrying explosives, so they know that capability exists. And this separate alert that we've reviewed, Kira, says that Iran has those same kinds of aspirations. So the U.S. has broadly known for some time that drones could be deployed against the homeland. We know that Iran has been using drones significantly in this 12-day-old war with the United States.
Drones,
that's
bro.
what killed the first 6 U.S. service members in this war.
Years.
But now the FBI is specifically warning police agencies in California along the Pacific coastline that Iran is aspiring to use them to attack in the West.
And they keep you perhaps aspiring, right, to keep this idea of, you know, that's why I say it's probably never going to be an attack. It could be, though. But I can see it just this being the signal to amplify the surveillance and justify what's being done, right? And justify what is about to be done, which I think is probably more aligned with a stronger police state, more police, right?
Yeah, that's what they really
in your communities, more ICE agents roaming around in your communities to defend against a potential sleeper cell attack or these drones that are supposed to be like that. That's what I think is going on, especially because the distrust between the American government and the civilians has grown even stronger, and people are speaking out, and it really feels like 1966, like 65, the 60s.
Yeah, man.
We're in a fire horse year too, just to throw some extra glitter on that.
Year.
It's very interesting.
So why California?
Fire horse year, a horse year in the Chinese zodiac, according to my wife, who knows more about these things than I do, is a year of change. It's going to be hard, but there's going to be good change that comes. And also some bad change, maybe. A fire horse year is rapid, hard work, hard progress, tilling that soil. That's why I keep saying, despite all this bad, terrible news, I feel like Sam in Lord of the Rings, like this darkness will pass. It's just a passing thing. As endless as it feels, as hopeless as it feels, there is still beauty in the world. There will be a day after. And then there will be a day after that, and after that, and after that. It will go on. We will go on. We will endure. This great city will endure. Sorry, it's Bane from Dark Knight Rises. But you get the drift. You get the sentiment.
By the West.
Good question. That's not exactly clear, but perhaps there's thought that Iran has these things pre-positioned on ships that are still...
That's what they reported like a few, I think it was like last year, towards the end of the year.
In international waters, or that could float through international waters. We know that we've previously reported, Kira, on Iran's desire to perhaps activate sleeper cells in the United States, although that's certainly far from confirmed or far from anything operational as far as law enforcement knows.
Yeah, that's just
it's not
fear
clear
that
why
we have.
The West Coast as opposed to the East
Fear
Coast,
that we've been
but that's what the alert from the FBI says.
All right, Aaron.
Yeah, activating sleeper cells is going to be the big thing that's going to be pushed.
Yeah, because then they say, oh, you're brown, you're part of the sleeper cell, and we'll lock you up because we're ICE. Because then we could just tell, oh, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, they were part of an Iranian sleeper cell. That's why they were killed. You know? Like, they just call you all domestic terrorists. You know, not like they haven't been doing that already, but they could do it even more.
For the next, who knows how. The sleeper cell thing is going to be pushed a lot. And I want to make this clear. I'm not doing this video to place fear in anybody's hearts. This is just reality of what's going on. And I think it's important to be aware of the type of propaganda that you're seeing and that you're about to be dealing with, which is one of the main reasons we've been doing that a lot on this channel. You feel what I'm saying? So that we can see these same tactics that are going to be used in order to validate a lot of this stuff.
There's one item I need in this ball pit run that I'm not getting, and I'm getting frustrated.
But, like I said, I think this is just another level of manufacturer consent. I wanted to share that with y'all. I'm sure there's going to be, you know, I'm not an expert and I don't have any diploma or any degrees or anything. I'm not this educated guy who has all the answers. All I know is the connections between the use of propaganda and how it's being used. I can see that in what's happening here, especially when you use it and connect it to events that have happened in the past and how those events correlate with what's happening now, especially considering the fact that when there is a certain level of distrust within society, they usually try to break that down with fear. You feel what I'm saying? So,
yeah, man. All right, that was a great video. I enjoyed that, and that's important. It's fear. It's all about fear. So now this is the video that Gupta, you wanted me to watch. Oh no, this is the video that you wanted me to watch. This is about AI. Why big AI is obsessed with India. Bloomberg Originals. Let's check this out. There's 11 minutes. And AI is part of that same surveillance state, the same propaganda machine. Because now I can just create a video with AI. Oh, looks like there's a sleeper cell here. We're sending our cops to go get them, or ICE to go get them. And before someone can debunk it and say, this video is fake and it's AI, you are snatched up and you're disappeared.
Everyone in the AI world wanted to be here, particularly if you happen to be the head of OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, or even France. Because it's here in India where tech giants including Amazon, Google, and Microsoft have pledged to invest over $67.5 billion to deepen their AI footprint. And despite some local opposition, that's just for starters.
India's Tech Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw expects more than $200 billion of investments in the AI sector over the next 2 years. The fact...
Now, Modi's a fascist, and these tech billionaires love fascists because they can use their population as guinea pigs. They think of India as a third world country because they're racist. And they go, well, we know you have a caste system. And so we know there's a whole population that you are willing to exploit. And that's what business we're in. We like to exploit people. So we're going to invest in you, and here we go.
That India has drawn all of these AI figures shows that India is a market that none of them can ignore.
And the rankings reflect that.
Just like Israel uses Gaza and the West Bank as a testing grounds for their oppression, to export that. Hey, this tactic worked here in Gaza. We can train you in the United States or the UK or anywhere around the world to oppress your people using these same tactics. It's marketing.
In Stanford University's Global AI Index, which compares talent, infrastructure, governance, and even public opinion, India comes in third, behind only China and the US. So as big tech opens its even bigger wallet, India now has to figure out how much space it should reserve for its own players.
India knows very well it's not going to be able to develop the next OpenAI anytime soon. So startups instead are focusing on developing real-world solutions for India's diverse markets, which once proven here can be exported to the global south.
Exactly.
With India fast becoming AI's largest laboratory, the question is, can it catch up with Beijing and Silicon Valley to also become one of its architects?
The world is enthralled by this massive AI race between the US and China. And there is very little attention paid to the rest of the players in the AI space.
But the juice could well be worth the squeeze.
India has always sort of prided itself about coming in from behind and then landing in one of the leading spots.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
For instance, when India sent its mission to the moon, the entire mission cost less than what a Hollywood movie on space was costing. And so India really wants to build AI in much similar way.
People are applauding.
And there are many factors indicating that the country is well positioned to be a leader in AI, just maybe not in the way China and the US are. India has the second highest number of internet users in the world, more than double the US. This is largely thanks to the country's vast digital infrastructure.
India has more than 700 million smartphone users. It has access to cheap data. It has digital payment platforms and public identity platforms. That scale is unmatched by any other country except China.
The data generated by all of the Indians using their devices is massive. And that is a gold mine. There is not any other country that can generate this scale of data. You know, China has been cut off for the Western companies for the longest time. So it's really now only India with over 1 billion people that can generate that kind of data.
Big tech companies have been competing to harvest this data, with some even offering free subscriptions to their AI chatbots in India.
Whether it's OpenAI's model or Google's models, a lot of these are running out of human-generated data to train their models. Where is the next wave of human-generated data going to come from? It will come from countries like India, because the more Indians that use it, the more AI training data will be generated, and that will refine these models much more and make them so much better.
But not everyone agrees with this approach.
There is a feeling among some that we should not be giving away all our data to foreign companies.
Beyond the volume of data lies something equally powerful, the diversity embedded within it. And this is what makes India so valuable to foreign AI companies.
India is the world's most populous country. It also has hundreds of languages. The economic diversity and the financial diversity of this country is also unmatched.
According to the country's latest census, India has at least 121 major languages. But while Hindi is the world's most widely spoken language after English and Mandarin, only about 0.1% of freely available online text is in this language. Counterintuitively, this may actually be one of India's biggest advantages.
If applications are tested in India and they work here, they probably work in any other part of the world.
It's a good laboratory.
The other reason big AI is fixated on India is the country's growing and potentially lucrative middle class.
Shit.
India's fledgling middle class is actually a boon for AI because it creates demand-led AI. The AI applications and solutions developed in India can be tested with this data-hungry middle class who's very keen to use digital applications.
India's middle class is projected to grow from roughly 31% of the population in 2021 to nearly 60% by 2047.
India has always been a massive market for technology companies. The world's largest base of YouTube users is in this country.
Hi guys, Namaste Game Show and welcome back to my channel.
The world's largest base of Instagram users is in India.
Actually, that makes sense. Again, they just have one of the biggest populations on Earth. So, that makes sense.
Which takes us to the final
I like
and
the
maybe...
dance. Hold on, let's go back.
Namaste Game Show and welcome back to my channel.
The world's largest base of Instagram users is in India.
Which takes us to the final and maybe most important factor that gives India an edge, its talent.
India has among the highest number of engineers in the world. India's engineers know how to use AI in very messy, large volume environments.
According to some estimates, India produces around 1.5 million engineering graduates every year. That's equivalent to the whole population of Dallas or Milan.
My name is Kezia. I'm currently doing my master's
Ain't nobody in Dallas fucking
in artificial intelligence and machine learning. AI field, AI engineer, all these jobs, they are very much like an eye candy, I would say, to young people these days. Now, the idea that they can learn and understand and at times even reason with us, such a thing was very curious to know, and that's when ChatGPT also happened. So that's when I was like, let me hop onto this industry as quick as possible.
There's certainly a fear amongst Indians that the technology services industry that helped a lot of Indians catapult into the middle class and the upper middle class, a lot of those jobs are going away because of AI.
And that's before you get to the huge Indian services industry, which AI could partially replace.
But at the same time, a lot of these AI tools and systems will need talent to make them function optimally. There will be talent needed for that.
But for all the things that India has going for it, there are some key ingredients that the country is still missing.
AI needs a huge infrastructure built for it to flourish, and India still doesn't have that.
India lacks the kind of fundamental research and access to deep capital and compute that would be needed to build an OpenAI's ChatGPT anytime soon.
Remember this chart? While India is ahead of both China and the US in terms of its AI talent, it's significantly behind in most other metrics, including research and development and investment. Which is why, instead of building capital-intensive large language models, many Indian AI companies are choosing to build new apps using existing models. Such is the case with Indian startup Emergent.
Emergent is an AI app builder that allows anyone to build mobile apps, web apps, just by coming and prompting into our interface. When we saw this whole ChatGPT moment happen, it felt like there was a moment now to sort of really automate all of software engineering.
So a lot of people ask me, does India have its own OpenAI or DeepSeek? I don't think so. But does India want to build its own OpenAI or DeepSeek? I don't think so either.
To be sure, India recently launched its first 2 sovereign large language models, but they came more than 3 years after the launch of ChatGPT and 1 year after the release of DeepSeek's R1 model. For many in the AI world, that would easily be considered an eternity. And the country faces other challenges too.
Decision-making is excruciatingly slow in this country. Domestic capital is still scarce. India needs the Western players to come in and build those parts of the AI ecosystem, such as the AI data centers, bring in the big models.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government knows this, which is why it's been working to attract leading AI companies into India.
Design and develop in India. Deliver to the world.
The Indian finance minister offered a massive tax break to foreign hyperscalers.
And the strategy is clearly working.
Reliance says it's investing more than $100 billion in AI. The National Payments Corporation of India, they're saying they're partnering with NVIDIA.
The question is whether India will be able to balance embracing foreign big tech companies while still ensuring its AI sovereignty.
India is not trying to win the AI race. It's trying to redefine what winning at scale looks like.
Whether it can make AI work in healthcare and education, but will make them very contextual to industries. And that could be a model that then gets easily transported out into the world. And I think that is what India is hoping to do.
Thank you very much, Gupta, for that video. That was informative. Now I'm going to be worried about what they're doing over there in India. Let's check this out. Oh, Annika Starion was on the I've Had It podcast that Francesca was on,
where he actually did offer some really tough questions. Like most of these assholes that have Nick Fuentes on their show.
We missed it. We'll get back to it in another stream, maybe tomorrow or something. But yeah, let's do what we're gonna do. Oh. And check out the Company Man, Culture United. Like I said, I was watching this last night. I missed the very beginning of the 50 conversation. I missed the end, but because I was watching Love is Blind with my lovely wife. Man, I gotta go to sleep. I have to go to college in the morning. Word, dude, I forget the time difference. Please get some sleep. Have a good day at school tomorrow, man. I appreciate you being here. Always appreciate you being here, and thank you for letting your friend know, Sensei Rack. Appreciate you. Now let's get into this more in-depth conversation about 50 Cent.
United, our culture, united, our culture,
Company Man.
united, our culture, united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
If one day I could be on this panel, I'll be so excited.
Up, mic check.
But also highly nervous. Let me change the format here. There we go. And we'll put them. They could stay here. Because you don't really need to see the progress bar. You need to see my health bar here.
You're tuned in live, Culture United live every Wednesday. # See You Wednesdays. It's all happening. Y'all looking great. I can't see you, but I know you're fresh. 9-second applause. Nice. Now we got a fantastic panel for you today. A couple of cats have been waiting to get on here for a very long time. Couple updates. So we had a change. Glass Malone was scheduled to come on earlier today, so you guys did not watch that flyer. He had to reschedule for next week, so he will be here next week. He's confirmed next week. So 1-second applause to G Malone. Now, announcing our panel, back again, always delivering incredible commentary, always bringing heart, and always bringing perspective in everything she drops. The one and only BK, 9-second applause.
I've been watching more of BK's stuff since discovering her on this show, and really great channel. Her channel is, let's shout her out, LATM Pod, which, let me remind myself what that stands for. Look at the material podcast. Also, El Janelle, really like her too.
What's up, panel, chat, mods? Happy to be here. Thanks for having me, Justin. I'm excited for the combo today.
Word up, it's all happening. Also, back again, on the Clips channel. It's so funny, on the Clips channel, we put a video up on the Clips channel this weekend, and it was called "Don't Call Her a Capitalist." The comments in there are actually kind of crazy. She's been a comment section favorite over the past couple of weeks. Also in that same video, also on the Clips channel, they're talking about how she's the MVP in the last 3 weeks. And fantastic strategist, marketer. First and 15's own, the one and only El Janelle. 9-second applause.
Bringing back all the old dances. And I raised the roof. I don't know. I'm an auntie. I don't know what to tell you. I'm still here though. But hey, Justin. Hey, panel. Hey, BK. I'm excited to talk to the new people on the panel that I haven't got to engage with, as well as excited to speak to the squad. So let's go.
Word up. It's all happening. Back again. One of my favorite artists, one of the most important artists from the West Coast, in my opinion, period. A true innovator and a true, what do they call this? Oh my God, what was I going to say? What was the thing? Renaissance man.
Hey.
Because it's crazy the number of things that he also does for people behind the scenes and the collaborations he puts together. Always insightful. The one and only Open Mic Eagle. 9-second applause.
What up? Rest in peace, Lord Sear. Rest in peace, Bob Power. Rest in peace, Mr. Complex. Let's get into it.
Word up. Very important. 1-second applause. Man, you say it like that. You put him in a row like that. This is one of them years. Already. Joining us for the first time on the panel, straight out of Fayetteville, straight out of New York, straight out of Atlanta, incredible producer, straight out the world, incredible producer, top tier elite MC, and a co-host on one of my favorite podcasts, the Don't Push Me podcast.
Don't quote me.
Don't quote me. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Don't quote me podcast. There we go. The one and only Rain 910. 9-second applause.
I love this thing he does. The 9-second applause, the 1-second applause. The 1-second applause always gets me. It's so fucking funny. 1-second applause. That's it.
Peace, man. You know I'm happy to be here.
Yo, man, me and Rain go way back.
Right.
And Rain's in transit right now, so he's gonna get to a more stable place soon. So don't worry.
Sorry,
in like 6-7 minutes, I'll be setting it.
Word up. It's all happening. And also joining us for the first time, just an all-around brilliant mind. I watch his channel. I watch his Twitter accounts for comedy. I watch him for heart. I watch him for insight. But I also watch him as a utility because he's one of the places I go when I need clarity on things that I don't know about. Historian, music historian, comedian, the one and only Dwan B. 9-second applause.
Yeah, I got some work to do over here. So
Thank you for having me, brother.
Watching. I'm going to react.
And not welcome.
I am reacting.
Thank y'all for having me too.
I can't play ball
right now. I love this show.
Word up, man. Thank you for being here. You guys know the routine. Everybody who's tuned in here, we got started 30 minutes late because I think everybody had some things they need to wrap up before we got started today. So thank you guys for bearing with us. As always, we have a 2-hour main discussion. The main discussion is going to cover probably around 4 topics as they normally do. A couple of new things I want to try out this week. We'll see how they go. If you pay attention to people's lower thirds, there are some cash apps in there. If you love what someone has to say, let them know directly, and really show the appreciation that you have for all these people who are giving their time, but also their perspective to this conversation. And with that, let's get started. 1 second applause. Now, the biggest story the past 2 weeks, it just keeps going. And I've really enjoyed
keeps
it.
going.
Right? We talked about this last week. We talked about this. I think maybe we made mention of it the week before, but it started out, what seemed to start out as 50 Cent versus T.I. and Sons has now turned into 50 Cent versus everybody again. Right. And I think this is something 50 has built his reputation off of, running towards conflict and not away from it. And so this week he released 2 diss tracks. And now one of them is the theme song to Power Origins featuring Leon Thomas. I think it's called No One Told Us. Can't remember. I think that's what it's called. And on that one, he takes a few shots at, I think they're funny. He takes shots at T.I. and Tiny and the Sons, based on T.I. and Tiny. But then he released another track, which is called No More Tricks, No More Lies, which is actually a legacy Max B joint. And 50 added a verse to it and some ad-lib disses, which he is known to do. Now, a lot of people, speculation was that was also for T.I.'s Sons, particularly in the beginning, when he was saying, F you, everybody, especially you little nigga, you don't count, right? And so, but yesterday, I believe he revealed that was actually more so for Jim Jones. Right. And so that has started another wave of clapback. As we remember at the end of last year, Fab, Mano, others, they took shots at 50 Cent. And now today we had Mano drop a track and we had Papoose drop another track at 50 Cent. 50 Cent versus everybody again. I look around, it's starting to feel like the mid 2000s. Am I alone? 1 second applause.
Definitely not alone. This is this. I have been saying, I think we're actually going backwards for a couple of episodes now, and this is definitely the beginning of 50 Cent's career again. So, but the difference is he's getting stomped out.
Yeah.
He's getting stomped out. You don't think this look good for Fifth?
The difference is 50 can't just be like, look at my aesthetics. Look at the bulletproof vest. Look at who I'm with. I got Eminem with me. I got G-Unit. I got all of Aftermath, and we could just kind of clown on everybody, and people just go like, oh, shit, and then I win. This time, it's cultural. First of all, you don't have Eminem and Aftermath behind you, right? Like, Eminem's not jumping in to defend your mocking of T.I.'s wife. Hopefully. I hope Eminem does not jump in this. And it's also not just about aesthetics anymore. It's about like literal crimes and accusations and culture. And are you with the culture or are you not? And it looking like you ain't.
Hell no. I haven't even heard the Max B song because I looked at, and it's so funny because everybody with the AI, I looked at the video and was like, I don't even care what it says. It was terrible. And remember I said, if he raps and it's weak, that would be worse than not rapping at all.
That's right.
He did.
And now here we are.
He did say that.
I think he's in a worse position now.
Well, I mean, he dropped 2, right? Now, I think everyone appreciates at least the theme songs, The Power. I think that's the best music he's been dropping, for the past 2 decades. I think I can say that with confidence.
The best music?
I think, I mean, well, I don't know.
Unironically.
Right. In my opinion, I think so. But 2 turds? You think they're 2 duds? You think both of them are bad? Or you think just that one is bad?
I want to be honest. I like the theme song, and I do agree. I like all the theme songs. But it was only 1 bar. So that 1 bar, that was cool. That was a nice little, like, the shoulder shrug. Like, man, back up off me, man. Back up off me. Shoulder shrug. That's cool. But to follow it up with the way the song and the way that second song is being received, he's getting stomped. Like everybody's jumping in now.
Everybody's jumping.
It's terrible.
I love it. It's terrible,
applause.
but it's so fun to watch.
Now, BK, you were saying how 50 would get some goodwill if he responded on wax. Most of us on this panel, most of us on this show, but I think most people in general didn't expect him to respond.
Look, I said in my review, Screwface John said in his review, you get the respect for actually stepping in the booth and rapping back. You get that piece of respect. but your bars are weak. Your bars are weak. You get the respect for doing it, just like when Jake Paul and Andrew Tate did a boxing match a couple weeks ago, months ago, whatever the fuck that was, and they got their asses whipped. They kept going out there being like, well, I got to get the respect for at least stepping in the ring. I got to get the respect for stepping in the... Yeah, but you were talking all this shit. You were talking all this shit like, I'm going to win. I'm the best motherfucker out there. So you stepped in the ring, and then you get the pictures of you on your knees in front of this other man, getting your ass beat. The glory shots of you getting your fucking face rocked. Sure, respect that you stepped in, but you're the one who started the fight. Same with 50. You're the one who started with it. You better step in the booth, and then we're going to judge you on your booth skills. And the shit was weak.
Unwrapping at all. It doesn't sound like y'all think the goodwill is there with his output on No More Tricks, No More Lies. What do you think? Where you at, BK?
Yeah, no, like, I think the theme song thing was like in his wheelhouse. Like, I was kind of thinking in my mind, like, well, he's probably not gonna rap. He's probably not gonna drop a diss track. So he'll either do something with the Power Universe or do a T.I. doc or whatever that he's been teasing. Like, I was so quiet all this time and I'm doing a documentary. So I thought he was gonna stay in his lane because in my mind, 50 Cent just hasn't been, you know, he hasn't been rapping for like decades. Like, he's been a movie exec or capital, venture capitalist or whatever. So I just thought he was gonna do that. I feel like some people were like, okay, the light jab was funny, and if you can make somebody laugh in a diss or whatever, like, it's like, okay, whatever. But this I Am the Algorithm or whatever it's called,
I think this is where I jumped in last night.
The song wasn't good, and the video was worse. It just was a nonsensical AI slop type of thing. Like it just didn't make sense as a video. And so now people are kind of clowning, especially because some of the songs that came out from the Harris family and this recent drop from Papoose were actually really good. So it just kind of 50's response pales in comparison, and I wish he would have just stayed silent. I feel like when he was quiet, people were like, oh my God, what is he up to? Oh shit, is he doing another? Like, people were guessing. But now that he put something on wax and it wasn't good, I have to agree with L. Like, it just doesn't make you look good at this point.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
Parents, if your child plays...
Fucking commercials.
Applause. Rain, where you at with all of this?
I'm on the complete opposite side of all of this. I think it was masterful and hilarious. So one, I think he did something very smart, and that was like taking himself off the clock. And in battle, when you have everybody coming at you, the best thing you could do is to wait till all the energy dies down. So watching what all the kids did, I mean, everybody put their diss records out, but nothing stuck. It wasn't like any of those diss records were like great diss records, so we're gonna be playing those. I forgot. I don't think I remember any of this shit that came out from anyone. So,
wait, you don't remember
I think
T.I.'s first one? You don't remember T.I.'s first one? That one didn't stand out to you?
No. I got heard it, but it wasn't nothing that I felt like I needed to go listen back to again.
Okay.
And I don't think nobody's doing a great job right now, by the way. Like 50, I don't think nobody's doing a great job. But I think 50 just showing how little he cares about this by just giving you one line here and one little freestyle over here, while everybody else is like feels like they're pouring their heart and soul into these diss records. It just seems like, to me, it looks like he's winning.
Now, I'll put up the live chat on this. There's a live chat replay somewhere. Where is it? Here. Because you might even see in here that I was saying, like, it is, people are saying this is cope. That 50 Cent is coping, right? I don't really care. Just like I showed y'all earlier, this picture that I made. I'm gonna show you right now. This picture that I made, like this is exactly what it is. It's cope, but it's good cope. It's believable cope. I don't know why everything just closed. Am I still live? Yes. Okay. Sorry. Everything just like minimized for some reason. It's cope, but it's believable cope. It's cope that 50 fans could use and would actually make sense. Like, oh, he's not putting his heart into it because he doesn't really care. He thinks it's a joke. He'll throw out a little diss track for his fans, but he doesn't really give a shit. But no, he does. He does. It hurts. It hurts him. And it's going to start hurting him when it hits the pocketbook, when ratings for Power go down, when deals start not going through. Because, I don't know, your cultural cachet isn't as big as it was after you've been dragged through the mud.
Looks like he's winning.
Clearly.
Word up. 1 second applause.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel about it.
He's winning the battle.
Not that any of it was great. Right? Not that I'm not saying like what the song's 50, even though I do like the Power theme song. I thought that was dope. I didn't really look at it like a diss record. Like it was a dope song and he just threw a shot in there. And I'm not the biggest fan of the AI shit, but I just like how little it seems that he cares about it. It's like it's funny to him while it's so serious to everybody else.
You don't think him responding means that he cares?
It's the way he's responding. It's not like emotional. It's just funny and clowning. It's like, oh, y'all mad here. Make you more man. Me poke you. It's not like he's dedicating full diss records to these people. He still hasn't put out an official diss song. He threw one line out on the theme song and then a freestyle with Max B.
I think that counts as a song.
That counts
I
as
think
the song.
freestyle counts.
That counts as. See, I wrote it right here. It's cope, but it's good cope. It's believable cope that 50 doesn't care and everyone else is so bothered. That's what I wrote. And the chat's giving him tomatoes because company man has a soundboard thing. Tomato, tomato, tomato. So that's part of the. I love this stream, man. I try to catch it on Wednesdays. If I don't, I watch it the next day.
Counts as the song. Dang, I had another question for you because I'm so surprised by
This is no lie.
Huh? What'd you say?
Let's give him a second. He's in transition. He's selling.
I don't think it wasn't a diss song. It was just a line, right?
Well, in the theme song, it was just a line. It was a hilarious line too. I gotta be honest, it was a good. If you're gonna do one line, boom, he got the one line. He got the one line. That was funny. But the freestyle, I mean, I think that counts as a diss song. You said it has to be a full song with multiple verses and a hook. In order to count as a diss.
A diss to who though? It wasn't a response to T.I. is what I'm saying. It wasn't a response to T.I. It was like him just poking fun at Mano, Jim, and Dave East. He didn't even really say their names. It was just a random verse. It didn't feel like he went in there to make a diss song. Like, here goes a song. Like, it's not Piggy Bank or Back Down or, you know, when 50's in full attack.
Yeah.
It still was bad, though. I don't know.
Just side note, as I'm editing here, doing my job, Trump is terrified about the midterms, dude. They're trying everything they do to like suppress voting and all this, but they are terrified because they know a blue wave is coming and it is coming hard. Pause.
It was still bad. Even if it was a light jab or like a fun track, like it just wasn't good.
Mike, where you at on this?
So when we first talked about me jumping on this week, I was really, really hoping that this wasn't on the topic list because I hadn't heard none of this, none of it. I could almost say I was avoiding it. And so I did a quick sort of catch up before we started right now. And my brothers and sisters, I have to report, I hate all of this. I hate it all. I hate it all so much. Oh my God. I hate everything that I heard this afternoon coming into the session. I didn't hear everything, but I heard the 50 Cent stuff. I heard the T.I. song. I heard the Papoose joint. And you know, I think Gen X rap beef, it's just not really for me. Like
I like that Gen X rap beef. That is what this is. And while, yes, maybe not as culturally impactful as Kendrick versus Drake, you know, that's more... I hesitate to even say it's my generation because I'm embarrassed that my generation was fans of Drake. But it was. So... it was our generation and younger, Gen Z and Alpha. It was more like, oh my God, this titan, this fixture of media, Drake, that a lot of people just saw as like this static thing. He's always going to be as impactful, as important. Taken down, cut at the knees, humiliated, destroyed. At the Super Bowl. But it's definitely like, oh, Gen X is having their turn, and T.I. is coming at 50 Cent, and like, yeah, two names that you haven't heard talked about in music, in pop culture, in 20 fucking years. Sure, it's all corny and whatever. But me, I'm having fun with it. And I think it's about time that 50 Cent got a check. Like, someone checked him. And I think they're going to get into it. Like, the populace, like they were ready for Drake to fall, I think we're ready for 50 Cent to fall. Because how many pictures do we need of him with Donald Trump? How many times do we need him to say that he likes Trump? He's on board with MAGA. He's MAGA sent. That's why on the latest diss, the Papoose one that I just did right before going live today, I put MAGA sent in the title. Because that is what he is. He is MAGA. He is part of this fascist movement. And it's about time the culture has to recognize. Do you want to keep fucking with 50 Cent and supporting this? Because if you are, you're supporting fascism. You're supporting MAGA. You're supporting ICE and police brutality.
It's a bunch of dudes like making early 2000s club bangers at each other, like white tee music. Like, I'm not really, like, that's just not...
I love the club bangers, though. I love that early... That's my sound, man. That's my playlist. I love that shit.
Not sonically, that shit don't appeal to me at all. Yeah, and I just feel like I'm out. Like, it's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, the new rap songs, the new beef, like the stuff that we've just come out of, I feel like people are making like really interesting music in it. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, like even with the Kendrick and Drake shit, the flyest shit to come out from that shit for me was Meet the Grams, because you got this sinister ass, dark ass underground beef, and the dude just laying out all of this vitriol towards the other cat. And this is like, you know, this music is not for me. Like, in fact, my origin as an artist is like rebelling from like the early to mid 2000s sound of rap music. So for me, it's just not fun to be back in it at all.
1 second applause. Gen X rap beef ain't for you.
And you know what? That's a fair assessment, because Open Mike Eagle is a rapper himself. He's also a stand-up comedian. You know, like, he's done a lot. And a streamer now. And I get that. If you were there and you were like, no, my whole reason for, like, not my whole reason, but a big part of the reason that I make the music in the way that I make it is a reaction to that, and I hated that shit, the fact that it's coming back now is probably annoying. Much like some of the nostalgia that's coming back around that I might not like from the early 2000s or the 90s, and being like, no, it was dumb then, don't bring it back now. I heard a lot of women saying low-rise jeans are coming back, and be like, no, please, God, I don't want this to come back as a trend. I understand where he's coming from. But I personally, I love those T.I. disses, and I still gotta download that fourth one.
You, huh? That's crazy.
It don't look like it. It don't look like
it. Are you? What do you think, Dwan? Where you at?
I'm with like that. I think that mid 2000s era was just it was a trash era, you know, in a lot of ways on the pop, not on all areas, but a lot of the pop era, a lot of phony BS in this. That whole era starting to come back out and fight, and I thought some of it was creative, but when I saw 50 Cent's AI video, that was like watching Hulk Hogan at the Trump rally try to tear his shirt off. It's like, nigga, what the fuck going on? It's over. It's over. It's over. And you can't play the I'm slick and I'm better than you. Now, he could have played that if he didn't respond. Now, if he doesn't respond, he can stay above the fray. But if it's one of those things, if you're gonna go there, you gotta go there. And you don't get a pass for going there and going there halfway. You know what I mean? There's no, you got in the booth, you were intentional and you about talking about some people and you missed the mark. And, but that's what I expect from a lot of artists of that era. You know what I mean? It was not all, but especially the ones that was pushed like a 50 Cent. It was just like, but I like what T.I. did. You know what I mean? I was never the biggest T.I. fan, but I like seeing children step up for their mom. You know what I mean? I like the family affair. I like you talk about somebody's mom. It's like, hey, I'm not gonna wait on my dad. I'm gonna get to it. I like that. You know what I mean? But 50, if you was gonna stay out of it, stay out of it. That crap you did right there, nah, that was like watching Magic return. That just didn't work.
Watching Magic return. That's a reference. Once again, applause. I mean, I'll say this. I think I'm probably more with Rain on this, right? And I'll say I'll say this overall. I don't think 50 is winning. I won't say that. But
I was about to say, what?
When he dropped that line on Power, I thought that was using what he's good at to the best of his capabilities in 2026, right? Because that line on Power, back on my dope boy grammar, your daddy made your mommy eat every box in Atlanta. That is a Jeopardy question. That is one of those questions.
My apologies, I'm back.
Okay, you're good. That is a Jeopardy question, right? That's one of those ones where people will pop up on trivia night and say, who was 50 Cent talking about on the theme songs of Power Origin? I thought that was shrewd. I thought that was great. You know what I mean? When he dropped the second one, and I said it on this channel, I felt like, one, I wasn't sure who it was at more than anything else. I felt like that muddied the waters, right? And so that one is a troll job against all of his other rivals from New York City. You know what I mean? And that one took, I guess, essentially 2 months to really show up. I'm not sure where it goes, but it's definitely activated them. Mano dropped a track today. Papoose dropped a track today. And if part of what you're trying to do in a battle is make your opponents uncomfortable or be able to manipulate how your opponent reacts to stuff, 50's pretty successful at that so far. So it's hard for me to say that he's actually getting stomped out like that.
Can I say something?
I completely disagree. I think y'all are giving 50. Oh, go ahead. I think y'all giving 50 Cent special privileges.
Save up to 20% on your purchase during the.
Shut up, Raymond Flanagan. Ain't nobody give a fuck about you. Ain't nobody give a fuck about you either, Jason Bateman.
You know what this reminds me of? Like in battle rap culture, it was a time where Loaded.
So y'all think 50 in a contest is wild. I think he's in a contest that he doesn't know he's in. I think he doesn't care, right? Like this dude's been saying, Rain, and that it's a cope. It's a cope that he's like, he is getting bodied. He's getting bodied hard. He's getting stomped out hard in the culture. Now, I don't think 50 cares about the culture. I think 50 just cares about making his TV shows and making money and whatever. And like rap was something that he used to get into the position that he's in now. And he doesn't care about it anymore. But I think that if the culture takes this in and absorbs this like it did with Drake, and he starts seeing album sales not doing well, concert sales not doing well, just the discourse online not being in his favor anymore, and money start going down, lines start going down, then he's gonna fucking care. Then he's gonna care. And I think that might happen. I hope it happens. It's always glorious to see another MAGA chud go down.
Deluxe had did a freestyle.
But even without that, I just love the T.I. disses. I think they were great. And the Papoose one that I just made a reaction to. Also, welcome on in, George the... What? George the Turt Hurts? Is that your name there? I like the name. It's alliterative. George the Turt. The Turt Hurts. Welcome on in. How you doing? We're chilling.
Video.
I got
and
ball
he
pick.
took a shot at everybody, right? And then the whole battle rap culture started firing back. The minute that happens, he won. It doesn't matter what y'all saying.
It's not the same thing, though.
It kind of is, because it's like,
not.
now
I feel like
everybody's firing at one person, and he could just sit back and like, it's just funny at this point to see everybody
that's like
just
if one
fighting for
person
attention.
went around slapping the shit out of everybody, and it's like,
Publicity sells. Yes, that's true. That's true. But who does it sell for? It sells for, in this case, I think. Look, I didn't even know T.I. had an album coming out this year until this beef. And then I was like, oh, he released a single called Let Him Know? Let me listen to that. Oh, that shit goes hard? Cool. Now I'm excited for a T.I. album. I've never listened to a T.I. album in my life. Again, I grew up in that era. I remember T.I. having hits. I like those songs. What You Know About That is still on my rap playlist. In the first song, I listened to that shit over and over and over. I love that song. But I never sat down and listened to a T.I. album. And I plan to listen to, make a reaction for his first album, Trap Music, and maybe go through his whole discography leading up to the release of the new album that he's coming out with. Because now I'm interested. So yes, publicity sells. And you see my bias? Yes, I am biased against MAGA people, for sure. And if you watch my on my channel here, let me show you. If you watch my I have all the disses here, but my playlist, okay, I got my T.I. vs 50 Cent playlist. In the very first video, I say I don't know T.I.'s political leanings. So like, if he's MAGA too, or he's a piece of shit, or, you know, he's an abuser, like he's accusing 50 Cent of being towards women and whatnot, then, you know, hands up, I don't know. And he could be a piece of shit too. Then it's just two pieces of shit fighting each other. I don't care. Let me allow this. Oh, this is the... Sorry, on Twitch, I keep getting bots promoting things. Okay.
like, oh, he.
Sorry, 50 is big, and the music business. 50 is big in the music business, so he probably has shares in the major solar system coming at is signed to them same major labels. I don't understand what you just wrote, Reginald. By the way, welcome, Reginald. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good day. Same to you, George. I hope you're having a good day, despite my bias. You know, and again, I am biased against fascists, but MAGA people, that's the system. The people, I've got people in my chat on Twitch and YouTube who did vote for Trump, who maybe are not where I am politically, and that's okay. We're human beings. We can have a conversation. But if you start being like abusive or whatever in the chat, then yeah, I'll time you out, give you some warnings, whatever. But So Reginald, you say all the artists he has stake in their career. Yes. Okay, so I see what you're saying. He owns like major record labels. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of big artists do that. The music industry is one of the most brutal and corrupt media industries in the country, in the world. So the way you really make it and have a lot of money is you make it as an artist, and then you create your own label to exploit smaller artists. It's a vicious cycle. Roger Daft, Trump with the American flag. I see you there. I don't like Trump, but it's okay. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Not Daft, Roger Dat. My bad. What I was saying is the artist he's coming at, he has shares in those companies that they're signed to. Okay, I see. I'm sure they do too. Like T.I., I'm sure has plenty of. Like T.I. is also very rich. He just has probably a bigger family, so maybe not as singularly rich as 50. That doesn't have to spend money on children or his wife or caring about other people.
He winning because he keep getting in the shootout because y'all all trying to shoot out. He has systematically went through and poked all of these bears. He posted Clarissa Shields talking about he been liking them rough. He fucking is partnering with Jim Jones and them landlord and releasing video of them trying to get back into their old shit.
Yeah, this is what you're saying. 50 Cent owns the studios, so he was able to change the lock and posted videos of Jim Jones trying to get into his own studio because 50 Cent actually owns like the land. He's a landlord. He's a capitalist. So, yeah, he can troll people that way. But when T.I. comes up and is like, you can't do that to me. You don't own nothing that I own. Or you don't own like my studio. You don't own my house. You can't financially terrorize me. And if you do, that's just shows what kind of person you are. You are a fascist. You are a capitalist. Fuck off. And the culture's going to turn on you. The power ratings might start going down. His ability to make deals and get movies made or get projects made might start getting harder for him if the culture turns. If he's not in a capitalist market, not a hot commodity anymore. In fact, becomes a toxic commodity. You invest your money in what you know. Indeed.
He's posted patrol. But is anything damaging to him, though? I guess that's the question. Has anybody sent a shot at him? Has anybody sent a shot at 50 that's damaging to him?
It's not super damaging, but I'm gonna tell you what is registering to me as an intro to the damage. First of all, did you hear Papoose yet? I know it just dropped today. Did you hear Papoose?
Yeah, I did. He put out two
fired him up.
Yeah, he dropped another today.
Fired him up. We not about to act like Pat didn't fire him up.
I think you were in the meetings, Rain. I'm not sure if you heard the one he dropped an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I saw. That's the one he did the video for. One he he was just in the car. Yeah.
But did you listen to
No, he wasn't in the car. He wasn't in the car for this one. This one, he was in front of
the
Juniors.
First one, he was in. The first one, he was in the car, and this one, he did the actual video for.
Right, correct.
Hibachi, that man, fried him up. And what he did.
Yeah, I think this is the part where I jumped out last night. So I'm interested to see the rest of this conversation.
He's dropping little hints to everybody else who's trying to diss him. Like, y'all remember this? Y'all remember that? Remember he lied about how many times he got shot because he wanted to get shot more time than Tupac? That better not.
That was good.
That's lame. That's wild lame. Remember this? You remember that? Like the collective stomping out. Maybe we're not at stomp out yet, but we're at the collective closing in, and all it's gonna take is for him to shift enough where the people turn on 50. Which I think the people are kind of ready to do.
That's what it feels like we're building up to. Because I think the trolling is getting old, and especially if you're like, depending on the type of viewer you are, it's always the women next to the men. It like the Clarissa, like Tina, Miss Tina Knowles, like Tiny. It's like you're always
like we were talking about before, and in T.I.'s first diss track, he said, "Why are you hiding behind women on the battlefield? You have a problem with this guy. Why are you going after his girlfriend or his wife? Why don't you say something to him? Because you a pussy. You a bitch. You don't want this smoke.
He's throwing that in the mix. People are tired of that. And then I think T.I. really woke up something with the whole, like, you basically booking over for white men, and you want to be the white man, you want to hold the whip. And, you know, and then even, like, I liked Miss Jackson by Damani. I don't know if y'all listened to that or liked that, but I thought that was, like, really skillful, too, and kind of just sitting his mama down, very Meet the Graham style, and being like, you would be so ashamed of, like, what your son is doing out here. Like, that, adding to it the abuse stuff, the like lighting the house on fire, attempting to allegedly, whatever. But I think poking at the whole, you are basically just a capitalist that is profiting off of the pain of your community, and you troll and you don't rap and you're fake. And then I'm hearing a lot of like strap-on talk. I don't know where that's coming from. Papoose said that in his thing too. So I'm like, okay, they're definitely alluding to that too, which is interesting. But I think it takes a couple more blows, or it takes maybe more 50 Cent blunders for the public to be like, okay, bro, like this was trash, right. This was corny, this was lame. Like, you kind of do care if you're responding. You should have just kind of stayed silent, in my opinion.
But I think the first round, T.I. versus the Harris family goes to 50. I just feel
T.I. versus the off the one line.
Nah, dude, nah, because that opened it up. That was T.I. That was, you know, first of all, 50 posted a picture of T.I.'s wife. T.I.'s son, King, came in and on Instagram, right? The battlefield was Instagram. And it was just memes going back and forth. And also King was going crazy. Like, you post a picture of my mom. Let's see a picture of your mom. She's fucking dead. Let's fucking see what she looks like. Let's dig her up. Like, Jesus Christ, brutal. But you're gonna fuck with Gen Z, you're gonna get the fucking knife right to the jugular right away. And then here comes T.I. jumping in, being like, I'm not gonna let my son out here on a limb fight with someone from my generation, my class of rappers. I'm gonna throw out a diss track too. So he does that. But in doing so, and in staying on his head and dropping multiple tracks, and so do the kids drop multiple tracks, it opens up the lane. It opens the conversation up to go, maybe we can criticize 50 Cent now. Maybe 50's been getting away with some shit for too long, like Drake, that needs to be addressed by the culture to really decide, do you want to keep supporting this guy? Is he your hero? Is this your king? Is this your king?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why. Because when the whole argument is you disrespected my mother, right? You disrespected my mother. You posted my mother looking, however, and
I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick, bro.
She wasn't beautiful, right? Mm-hmm. The whole thing is you can't disrespect my mom. I'm coming outside if you disrespect my mom. And then the response is
disrespecting
like,
my mom.
None of the response is your dad made your mom eat every box in Atlanta. Like, how am I this is what your dad did this. He didn't even respond to T.I. He spoke directly to the kid. Your dad did this.
But I think, you know, we forget. Are we forgetting what King did when he brought that picture, that big 50 holding that big ass dildo? Real dudes don't, you know, he posted that picture, and when I saw 50 holding that dildo with a smile on his face, it reminded me of how 50 acts when he's on the couch with Andrew Schultz and around white folks. He's very giddy like this when he's around them. You know what I mean? So when he said that line about how he acts around them, and then you see him, I thought that King got him. I don't think 50 did anything better than what King did, honestly. You know what I mean? I thought that was good, and then it was fire for fire. You talk about my mom, I'm gonna talk about your mom, and I'm gonna sell T-shirts with your mama face on them. That was a good one.
Let me ask you another question though. Is this battle based on who's rapping better?
If it is, 50 definitely would. It can't be in your eyes. Because if it was, 50 definitely wouldn't have won.
Because who's really getting busy? This is not like
Damani.
Hold on a second. Watch the crosstalk.
Like none of this is like a war of wordplay, punchlines, clever lines. It's like, how much can I disrespect you? How much can you disrespect me? That's why, to me, this is just a laughable thing altogether. It's like, well, is this what is this? What is it? What is the battle based on? Is it skill?
Well, I want to jump in right here with this response. One, I think that the audience is listening for different things, right? And so I'll say this: since 50 has barely rapped, he hasn't given us much to really compare on that front. I will say that 50 used again his resources really well, because I think that Power Origin one is really good. All right. Two, when it comes to everybody else, yes, it actually is based on skill, right? The Damani Miss Jackson joint, that is one of the most creative songs that I've heard this year, regardless of if it's a diss track or not. He literally gives 50 Cent a new nickname, calls him Firebug all up and down the joint, right? It's hard to listen to T.I.'s Right One. That one has all kinds of entendres in it, right? Now, whether or not people are paying more attention to that than they're paying attention to how he points out 50 Cent's affinity for white men, I'm not sure. But there are all kinds of metaphors that are all up and down that. Same thing with Papooses, right? Now, but you can't, it's hard to say that all these things are being judged on skill. Even though I will say people think that 50 is getting waxed because of the skill that's being shown on the other side. The only person I've really heard that I don't necessarily hear the skill loudly like that is King, and King is memeing him to death to a point that I think that 50's actually respects.
Yeah, the thing, I haven't reacted to any of King's stuff. I watched a reaction, and it's like it's very Gen Z, Gen Alpha, like the mumble rap, the kind of just trap beat, just like, I don't know. I didn't fuck with it, but it's also all, he's memeing him to death, and that's the point. Like, that's how he's battling. He's getting from every angle. He's getting memed to death on Instagram, right? That's where his bread and butter. That's where he's able to diss other people with the memes and the jokes. But King's fighting him there, and then musically, T.I.'s fighting him, and then musically again in a different angle, Damani came in with the Miss Jackson Meet the Grams kind of vibe, and then I think there was another son who made like a rock song diss. Like, and now again other artists are coming in here. We got Papoose showing up and being like, yeah, no, we all have a problem with you. And I'm from New York, because T.I. and the Harris family is in Atlanta, so it can even be like, well, you're in Atlanta, you're not here. Here's New York coming out and being like, fuck you, no, we hate you here too, motherfucker. Again, watch my video on that I just put on my YouTube.
Can I ask y'all a
I think
question?
that was funny.
Wait, can I ask you a question first?
Wait, what?
Go for it. Go for it.
Let me go first.
Go for it.
Is it possible, because, I'm a marketing director, so I know that the story is really what leads people's outlooks on things, on what's true and what's not true. Is it possible that because you have this story of 50 Cent not caring and being this super duper troll, that you're maybe just following your understanding of 50 Cent, the character, more so than kind of like really analyzing like how good Papoose rapped against him and Damani's shit? Like, Damani's shit was really good. Like, is it possible that you like, it's just not enough to sway me from the story I already believe? Is that possible?
You asking me this question?
And only you.
Oh, well, one, the Damani joint, I to me, that track gets void because it wasn't creative. It was a copy of the Locks, Miss Jackson joint when they did 50. They did the Jackson joint first, so he just copied that. So to me, that was a lack of creativity, and to me, in hip hop, that's an absolute no. You cannot tell somebody and redo it your way.
You mean like?
So I didn't respect the Damani joint.
Whole career.
Wait, hold tight. I want to hear what Range got to say.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I didn't hear what you just said about who did what their career.
No, just keep going. You said Damani's joint didn't have creativity.
Yeah, I think.
And then,
right, because that's the same thing. Like when the Locks rapped off the Outkast Miss Jackson beat and spoke to his dead mother, and like Damani just did the same thing over. So to me, that wasn't creative. As far as following the 50 Cent story, I just feel like when I look at a battle, I think it's making everybody else look worse than it's making 50 look. That's just how I'm looking at it. Like when I look at it, I don't see any damaging moves being done to 50. I don't see anybody saying anything really new other than, him pandering for the white man. I feel like that was like the first creative, new, fresh topic that was presented, and I think that's dope.
He'll come back in a second, I'm sure. Mike, I know you had something you wanted to ask.
Well, the question I was going to ask, and it really is just to sort of get at the bigger question of who is this for, because it feel like there's a conversation or perspective on this from rap fans, and there's a conversation and perspective on this from like the larger internet troll community at large. And so what it makes me think about is a couple of the songs I heard going into this today. It was people saying that Rick Ross had beat 50 in their battle, but I don't even remember 50 rapping in that battle. And I remember 50, I felt like was winning because he was clowning harder, right? Like with Curly and Rick Ross's baby mama and all of that, it felt like he had won favor that way. But now it's like, okay, so now it's two different approaches to this. And given that, how does somebody win? Like, yeah, the rappers are doing it for the rap fans and they rapping better for him, but better than him because they're better rappers. He's going to troll circles around him because he's a natural troll and he got all the money in the world. So like, I don't see the end point for either side, I guess.
I mean, I think T.I. has, I'm not saying this as like the narrative that like T.I. is clout chasing off of 50 Cent. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But I do think that like, T.I. being in rollout mode, it can't hurt that a lot of people are talking about T.I. in regards to rapping after they kind of spent the last couple years clowning him for being in stand-up. So, I mean, I could see from that angle, T.I.'s on a press run, he's in rollout mode, this beef and kind of the lore of 50 not doing the verses kind of brought a microscope to, who has the better discog and, oh, what is T.I. doing? But I don't know, and I think the kids, jumped in because that was their mom, and then the medium that they choose to express is music. So I don't know, and I think it's kind of to your question specifically though, like in the 2020s and beyond, in the internet age and the social media age, what is the end of beef that kind of kicks up like this? Because it does kind of seem like a new, you jump out there, you start a beef, you get some promo, you sell something, whatever. That's fine. That's fine. But I do wonder, where does it end? And I feel like we've been kind of having that conversation alongside of which track was better or whatever, is like, what's the end point of like them two going at it like this? Like, where does it end? And I actually don't know.
I think the short answer is that it doesn't. I mean, if you look at who 50's beefing with, these are people he's been beefing with forever. These aren't necessarily fresh encounters. 50 is amazing at marketing, and I think marketing is part of.
He's just going to become a joke.
50 is very much a person who's like, well, if I can't be your friend, at least let me be your enemy. And so that's one of the things that I like about what T.I. and his family is doing, right?
And I will tell you this, as an Eminem fan myself, if Eminem gets in this, it is a loss. It is a loss. 50 lost already, but like, it is a bigger loss being like, I needed my white friend to come help. My white friend who is infamous for dissing people to come help me. And I'm going to look at Eminem and be like, come on, man. You're not going to let him fight his own battle for him? I look at you a little weird too. So I really hope Eminem does not say anything about this.
Where I disagree with, even though I feel like I definitely disagree with the idea that 50's getting stomped out. I don't see that at all, right? Where I do see 50 vulnerable, more than I've seen 50 vulnerable in any rap battle ever, is the continuation of certain narratives. 50's entire, I won't say entire, but his main focus is his production company, Target, that puts out products and films and documentaries aimed at the black community. We have a
aimed at the black community, and the one he just put out was about how Puff Daddy is a fucking abuser of women. And if now there's a bunch of allegations, a bunch of things being brought back up, highlighting, you too, motherfucker, you too. Who are you? to be the arbiter of good and evil and morality, that will hurt the chances of Netflix picking up another documentary. Being like, well, maybe you're not the person to do this. Maybe we need someone else to make a documentary about T.I. or whatever. If we really want to make one. Or maybe there's a documentary about you, 50.
Of people at this point in time pointing out that 50 Cent only has problems with black people. That is something I don't think 50 Cent can. I mean, you know, who knows what can happen, but I've never seen 50 have to deal with that narrative while selling products that are basically aimed at that community. And if that keeps going,
I would jump in just on the TV side and say that he's selling his products to white people in executive boardrooms, and then they're showing that product to black people. So it would take quite a long time, even if black people in mass decided to stop watching his programs. It would take a long time for that to really come back and affect him, I think.
Well, I think what you're saying is really valid, and I guess this is why I'm at the he's about to get, well, maybe I shouldn't say he is stomped out, but he's about to. It's looking real stomp outable right now. And I think I'm comfortable saying that really off the Papoose. Like, I listened to that while I was getting ready, and I'm like, let me read. He said what? And I feel like when you get jumped, that's how it is. It's a bunch of people who probably couldn't whoop you on their own. But once you start getting weak enough, I mean, that's how it works. And I think the Papoose diss is the best diss. Damani's may be more artistic, but as far as like a thorough rap diss, Papoose has the best one. I also, again, like I said, I think he's leaving the gems to say, man, if you gonna diss him, these are the real.
Because the Papoose one wrapped everything together, took all of like the stuff that King's been doing, T.I.'s been doing, Damani's been doing, the other people who I don't know who's been doing, wrapped it all up into a banger beat, great lines, great flows, great rapping skill, but also every accusation that everybody's been throwing out, plus new ones that they didn't bring up, that maybe only he knew because he's in New York and has been around 50 both of their whole careers.
Problems, and just like you said, it brought up a problem that we're not used to seeing 50 deal with, and I think he should have just not rapped. If I'm being honest, I think 50 should have just not rapped. He should have did the one line in the documentary, and 50 would still be in the lead. But coming out with that song and just looking that lame like that, it starts to set in where people is like, is 50 Cent lame as shit?
Like, do you think it affects his cultural cachet? Like, do you think, like, is it because I think the trolling has kind of, there is a section that's like, LMAO 50 love that troll shit. Like, even though it's been like he hasn't been rapping and he's been trolling, like there has been kind of some appetite for it. But do you feel like, maybe these jabs, the angles that T.I. went with, that he's gonna have to deal with for the first time, like, will that actually shift his cultural cachet?
I think that is
angles. Go ahead.
I think that is shifting because 50 is very powerful. It's not gonna be one thing to take him out. But I think that the moves that he's making, some bad moves right now, that's taking away his cultural cachet. Like, at the end of the day, people love Tiny, and we all know how Tiny looks. You know what I mean? But she has her own following, her own crowd. And when you see 50 consistently doing that, and when T.I. brought up the point about his TV shows, like if you look at 50's his TV shows, he sells black suffer porn. He sells trauma porn. A black person either in jail, getting out of jail, going to jail, dealing with drugs. It's a perception that, you know, it's sold a lot, but it's like it's getting old. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's getting old. So
yeah, especially after on the back of Sinners being so culturally relevant, and like I remember watching an Ole and Friends panel discussion like this one. Shout out Ole Emi Olurin. When Sinners was coming out, and they had one of the actors from Sinners on the panel, and she was hesitant. She said openly to him, talking about the movie, I'm hesitant because I don't want it to be a black trauma porn movie mixed with vampires. I'm not looking for that. And the actor was like, trust me, it's not. It's not that at all, and we've seen Sinners, and it is not. It's a great movie. And I like the movie. I have a review, like a 5-6 minute review, literally coming back from the theater. I didn't have much to say other than it's cool. I like it. You know, no spoilers, whatever. But the effect it's had on the culture and how much people love this movie and the Oscar talk about it, it has changed the conversation about what black media is and doesn't always have to be trauma porn. There's a movie called American Fiction with Jeremy Wright that talks about this in a literally the movie's about that. It's about a writer he's a black writer whose books aren't selling as much, and he sees somebody else selling books that are very much like, oh, this black man is going to jail and like Tales from the Hood and blah blah blah. So he gets fed up and just writes a bullshit book manuscript in that kind of, you know, fake gangster voice, and it's a hit, and the white executives at the book companies love it, and he's like, oh my god, I actually have to sell this now and do this now. It's a very interesting story that talks about this thing, and I feel the culture shifting and going, I don't want every black movie. FD Signifier talks about it in his Tyler Perry video, where he was in school and one class had like a substitute teacher for a few months, and all they did was play movies, and he was playing movies. They were playing movies to appeal to the black kids in class. These are the black movies that we have, and it's Roots, it's Menace to Society, it's Boys in the Hood, it's all these like black trauma movies. And he stood up in class and was like, I don't want to watch this shit. And he got in trouble, and he had to go to the principal's office. But he didn't really know why he didn't want to watch this shit. And it was just because it's just constant suffering. Can we not have a One of Them Days, that great Keke Palmer SZA movie that came out last year or the year before? That's just basically the movie Friday, but with Keke Palmer and SZA. It's a fun movie. It's a fun comedy romp. We can have more genres than just, remember slavery? You know how prison is bad and black people are disproportionately put in prison? Can we make movies about black romance? Can we make movies about black heroes overcoming adversity, like in Sinners? I think the culture is changing, and I think he's right that people don't want this shit anymore.
T.I. pointing that out, and then going back to the battle with Kendrick, you see him mucking it up with Andrew Schultz and things like that. T.I., his rap is sort of bringing a lot of things that 50's been doing together, and he's losing credibility. This ain't gonna do it, but if he keeps going down this road, he better watch out.
1 second pause. I want to add one more wrinkle to this that has been speculated, and I want to know if you guys think it's going to make a difference. There is rumor that Eminem is actually on the full version of the Power Origins theme song.
Dude, because he put Eminem in the thumbnail. I really hope M didn't do this
with Leon Thomas. And does that make a difference? Well, let me get Rain back in here since you just jumped in.
Okay, I apologize. I finally made this.
No, you're good.
I can argue with you.
Yo, there's a.
Yeah, I apologize. I finally made this.
No, you're good.
I can argue with you.
Yo, there's a comment on the screen that I think is directed to you. It says, "See, this is why we get at New York ninjas. They don't hold 50 to the fire."
I'm from North Carolina.
He didn't even want to hear the whole thing. First of all,
no.
I'm from North Carolina. What are you talking about?
But yeah, I do want to add this to see what you guys think about this, right? Because there is speculation that Eminem is actually on the Power Origins theme song, and who knows if he's going to be saying something directly.
I would think that Eminem being on the Power Origins theme song for a TV show, Eminem would be rapping about the show. That's my guess. That it's already done. This was a snippet he released. That he added a line to talk about like T.I.'s wife and T.I. or whatever. But I don't think Eminem has a whole... Because could you imagine having a TV show and the theme song plays and there's a bunch of like disses and you're like, why is there disses to something? Like, what? Like, again, the audience who watches this are not going to know this is happening. It would be silly. It would be a bad business move to have like a bunch of shots firing on the Power theme song, on the TV show theme song. And people are watching and going like, I have no idea what this theme song is saying or talking about. Not talking about any of the characters or the storylines that I'm watching this show for. It's talking about, I don't even know. People, I don't know. That would be weird.
About T.I. or any of these things. But Eminem being on the song makes this actually a real song now. Eminem just doesn't come out and do things that aren't going to have some sort of commercial push. And if this song is out there in the marketplace, that puts 50 Cent as a musician out there in the marketplace. And I'd be very surprised if 50 is putting out a song with Eminem and doesn't have more music coming behind it. Right, so does that reframe the way we are thinking about 50 Cent as a rapper, as a musician, and what all of this potentially could mean?
I mean, I think just by the song being on the show, like by this being a theme song to a show that might last for 10 seasons is enough. It's like you have to hear this every Sunday. It's already a annoying thing to deal with if I'm on the other side of that. So, but like I said, I still believe that
Now,
this is
it could be, I could think of like, Not Like Us, right? Not Like Us dropped immediately. It was a hit. Immediately, sports stadiums are playing the song. Big events are playing the song. And I'm sure people didn't really know, like, where it came from, what it was about, why people were going crazy when they heard it. But if you listen to the lyrics, you could tell, oh, it's about Drake. Okay. But it's also, for a sports game, it doesn't have to do with sports. It doesn't need to do with sports, right? They play We Are the Champions all the time. That's by Queen. That is not about... That's about overcoming adversity. That's about the oppressed fighting against the oppressors. You don't need to have the songs be about sports. But a TV show theme song, about a narrative TV show, it should be roughly about the show, or at least the themes of the show. Having it, again, like he said, the show could run for 10 years. If the show runs for 10 years, 10 years from now, someone's watching an episode and there's all these disses towards T.I. and his family and blah, blah, blah in the theme song, people are going to watch it like, why? I like this show, but what is this theme song? What does this have to do with anything in the show? I just don't see that happening. But I'll make a reaction if that comes out and Eminem's on this song. Well, I'm gonna make a reaction to that. I gotta hear Eminem.
To me, it's just not a serious battle. It doesn't feel like a serious battle to me. It doesn't feel like Drake and Kendrick when they were going at it, or any of the like great battles before that. It just feels like a circus. Wild West.
Mike, you look like you had something you wanted to say right there.
No, man, I hate the shit. I really do. I swear to God. It's like Eminem. That's like the only way for me to hate it worse is that Eminem is on it now. Like, fuck, come on. No, please. Please. There are things going on in the world, my God.
That was actually one of the best lines in Papoose's joint. He said, America just kidnapped the president of Venezuela, and you out here pushing propaganda. You know what I mean?
He was dragging it, but I was with it. Like, yes, like I don't think 50 is the reason why niggas not paying attention. Whatever. Let's go, Papoose. Bring it up. Flip it in there. Oh,
Word up. Word up.
I refuse to believe that Eminem is about to diss somebody on 50 Cent behalf. I refuse. Eminem, I swear to God.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying, Janelle. That's what I'm saying, L. I refuse to believe Eminem is going to diss somebody on 50's behalf again. Because the Ja Rule shit, that was 50's beef. But Eminem just signed him. It was the era of Aftermath. 2001 was out. Like, yeah, we're all gonna dogpile. And also, they shot you. So, yeah, it's serious. And also, Eminem was fucking younger and crazier back then. It was like, yeah, I'll die. I don't care. I'll diss fucking Suge Knight. Give me that. But I don't think he would do that. Now, again, I would think if 50 called him and said, hey, man, you want to be on the theme song? Sure, I'll do that for you. Hey, man, can you diss T.I. and them for me? Handle that yourself, bro. Like, I gotta believe Eminem's that kind of guy, or else my opinion of Eminem will go down a little bit, and that will suck. So I'm with you, L. I'm with you.
Nah, I have too much respect for Eminem. I love Eminem.
Yeah.
And that is unfair. That is weapons of mass destruction, and we need to monitor what 50 Cent is doing and make sure he don't get enough uranium to activate Eminem, first of all.
You better not get enough Eminem.
Second of all, I don't think I ever really look at rappers like they out of the game like that. Like, I still think Joe Budden's coming out with another album at some point. So if you're a rapper, you're a rapper. So it's kind of hard. I don't look at it separately like, oh, 50 Cent is putting music out back in the marketplace, so maybe he's thinking about rapping again. I always look at the rappers like they can always rap again. So no, I don't look at it differently. But like, if another 50 album is coming out, I would listen. Do I think it'd be good?
By the way, I will listen to Get Rich or Die Trying on my
I
channel.
don't know. Is he off beat? Am I the only one who felt like he was a little bit off beat? Did anybody else hear it?
Yes. No, I was like, is this just not mixed? What is my speaker lagging? Like, what? It was bad.
That's how I felt. I was like, maybe he just don't have the right people mixing it, or is he off beat?
That
a little
song was not
So
good.
I would listen to another album, but I do have a little bit of fear. Like, damn, like what if he does the Will Smith?
Yeah, what if he does the Will Smith? He might.
Word up.
He probably would. At
Personally,
this point.
Eminem, Eminem ain't nobody. Like, I mean, unless Eminem is gonna be talking about Britney Spears or one of the white women he be always beefing with, it ain't gonna mean that's the only time he get activated. If we talking about a reality star or something, ain't nobody scared of no Eminem.
No, we talking about Marshall Mathers.
Yeah. Not even the best rapper in Detroit. So yeah, we talking about Eminem, Interscope Darling, that got pushed up on us. So yeah, that's what
This is crazy.
I ain't worried about no Eminem.
This
Who's
just
the
got
best rapper
crazy.
from Detroit? Who's the best rapper from Detroit?
It ain't him.
Okay.
Man, I take
Nah,
the
he's
third
trolling. He
lead
trolling.
singer from the Dramatics rapping over. I take Eminem.
You trolling.
Eminem.
I love how you said it like this. Nigga, fuck Eminem. No, I do agree. I think Eminem may be one of the most technically skilled rap artists that we've ever seen in the history of rap.
Yeah.
I like technically skilled rappers, so I'm a boom bapper. I don't know what to tell you. I fucks with it.
Word.
I like energy and spirit, and he ain't got it.
Nah, he definitely.
Eminem. Like chicken noodle soup.
What? But I mean, he has a different spirit. It's like the, oh man, I'm so bad that shit ain't the way I want it to be energy. It's a type of energy. I don't know. I'm not about to spend my time taking up for Eminem. He's one
Yeah, I mean, look, Eminem's reputation is solidified. He's one of the greatest rappers of all time, regardless of what we think about him. And he's done so much to, add. How about this? I'll say this. Just to me, it's at a certain point with certain artists, it's kind of like, it's just preference at that point. Right. Jay-Z's at the preference point. Whether or not I like Jay-Z, he's at the preference tier. You know what I mean? Like Eminem's at the preference tier.
Yeah. And I'll say, dude, Eminem, He always gives shout outs to the people who inspired him. Eminem's the reason I'm into music again in 2024 or in 2026 right now. Jesus Christ, I forget the year. But the album Death of Slim Shady came out in 2024. I saw the Houdini music video and I was like, oh my God, Eminem's back. Holy shit. Let me follow his Twitter and make sure I'm ready for this album to come out. Listened to the album, bought it. First album I ever bought on the iTunes store. And then I watched the album on YouTube. Listened to the album on YouTube. I was recommended album reactions, and I didn't know that was a whole genre. And I was like, oh, cool. So I started watching music reactors, and that's where I discovered Screwface and Jalopy and Company Man here, and so many others. Curtis King. And then I was recommended on YouTube the music video for Not Like Us. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember earlier in this year, there was talk on Twitter of Drake and Kendrick getting into a beef with each other. And I didn't really care. I was like, okay, go Kendrick. I don't like Drake. Go Kendrick. All I knew about Kendrick is he made the swimming pool song. That's it. And then I listened to Not Like Us. And I was like, oh my God. And then I started watching all the reactions to Not Like Us. And then I started listening to the other diss tracks and following the whole beef and retroactively watching all these reactions. And then I'm like, oh my God. So and then I dive into Eminem's discography that I missed because I missed albums. I didn't know he came out with certain albums like Revival and Music to Be Murdered By and stuff. So I go on a deep dive of that. And then GNX comes out. And I had started making YouTube videos and movie reviews for the Joker 2, Folie à Deux, and the Penguin TV show. And then GNX came out. I'm like, all right, I'll make an album reaction too. That was my first album reaction, was GNX. And then I started going through Kendrick's discography. Section 80, Good Kid, Mad City, To Pimp a Butterfly, Damn, Big Steppers. And then I'm like, oh, there's other people. Redman's coming out with an album. I'm going to do a reaction to that. Snoop Dogg came out with an album. I'll do a reaction to that. And that got me on this track to now where I'm watching Culture United every week. And I got my YouTube channel full of album reactions and music reactions. My wife got me back into music. Eminem got me back hungry to discover new music. And old music. Because again, I never listened to Wu-Tang's 36 Chambers. I never listened to Nas's Illmatic until I listened to Death of Slim Shady, and I was like, you know what? He's always shouting out these rappers. Let me go listen to these. And yes, they are amazing. Amplify. W-Stream, bro. This is what people call a chill space. Just follow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man. At work right now, but we love to collab and share tips for streaming. Let's connect on Discord. Okay, well, maybe. But I really appreciate you watching the stream, man. Thank you for showing up and saying hello.
The Lupe is at the preference tier. Andre 3000, a lot of people are just at the preference tier. Whether or not I'm a fan of them is totally different. But, it's kind of hard to sit here and say Eminem can't rap. Whether or not someone is a fan of him. I don't know where that would come from. But I do want to move on to the next topic, because the next topic is something I think is really interesting. One second applause for this opening segment, everybody. That was good. But this next one I thought was actually very, very interesting. And so this one, I'm going to share the screen here. And
oh God, I'm gonna die.
Let's see. I think, yeah, this is it. So this right here, this comes from.
Oh, yeah. We was talking about that earlier in the stream. This Billy Corgan, the lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins, said that it was a CIA op that rock music was replaced with rap music in the early 2000s. I actually talk about it in these reactions. Oh, let me make this big for y'all. This one is a reaction to Alameda, who is a black woman who does rock music. So rock is not dead. It is here. It is still alive and kicking, and it's awesome. The reaction to a band called Vile, who is out of Minneapolis. 3 white girls, punk music. It's awesome. And I also talk about it a little bit in this Papoose 50 Cent diss reaction. But yeah, and I also talk about it on this channel. Let me show you all this channel. This space, which is live right now. This space is a leftist collective that I am a part of. My show is on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'll put this in the chat for y'all. Latino Mufuma. Hip hop is the voice of the people when done right. Absolutely. That's why I played that Jalopy Bungus Fuck Ice song earlier. Because if hip hop won't talk about it, who will? But yeah, they're going to talk about this Billy Corgan thing here. That I think I talked about on this space yesterday and on Tuesday. People who fall for nutty conspiracy theories are often intellectually lazy. Indeed.
Billy Corgan, right? And Billy Corgan was from the Smashing Pumpkins, if I'm not mistaken. And he made a statement on his podcast talking about the transition from rock to rap music in the late 1990s. And he put out there a conspiracy theory I'm only used to hearing from a hip hop standpoint, from a rap standpoint, but he has it from the other side of it. Here's what Billy Corgan had to say, and then I want to open this up to the panel.
Rock has been purposely dialed down in the culture.
When would you say that began? Mid 2000s?
Late 90s. I think the first, and again, this gets wizard behind the curtain, right? Somebody's going to say, well, how do you know, or who was the wizard behind the curtain? All I know is I saw the gravity shift, okay? If you were at MTV or around MTV, 1997, 98, suddenly they decided rock was out when rock was still very, very high up in the thing. And it was replaced by rap. They immediately changed the way their standards and practices immediately shifted. So now that things that weren't allowed were suddenly allowed, people were waving guns. Okay. So
people were waving guns. People weren't waving guns in the Cranberries songs in the 90s, talking about the IRA in Ireland. People weren't waving guns in Guns N' Roses music videos. Come on. Korn, come on.
Some people assert that the CIA was involved in all that. Again, above my pay grade, but I saw it happen. I did witness it happen. Okay. And of course, great music came out of it. So it's not like it's not a barren wasteland where something was pushed in that replaced something. Qualitative things and great artists came in, but there was this overt shift. I saw it happen. And then now, as you pointed out, rap seems to be waning in terms of its cultural influence. Pop is completely dominant. Rock is probably the most dominant ticket selling thing in the Western world, and yet there's almost no representation of rock in culture. So why do we have that schism? I think they purposely dialed down the ability of rock stars to have a voice in the culture.
He thinks they purposefully dialed down rock stars' ability to have a voice in the culture. Open floor.
Hey, so I got a 20-minute video going up on this tomorrow because I had a lot to say about that clip. I really don't like boogeyman arguments. I really, really don't like that. I really feel like that comes from an inferiority complex. I think that is reductive to people's agency. It makes people not have to be accountable for their own choices, and I think it lets capitalism off the hook. I think oftentimes capitalism is the boogeyman. I think a lot of these corporations are a bunch of people who are scrambling, trying to figure out how to keep their jobs from quarter to quarter, and they're not necessarily sitting having meetings trying to decide what's going to be the next thing, because they're always chasing the thing. Like, trends come and go.
Yes,
these things happen. And you know, just like I said, I got a lot to say about this in a video going up tomorrow, but you know, one of my main takeaways from what he was saying was like, if guns being allowed in music videos takes your genre down, that means your genre was cooked anyway.
We'll take applause.
I got a sneaky suspicion somebody's fucking racist. I just can't. I smell it.
Yeah. He's
smell
been
it
on
in
Alex
my-
Jones.
A lot of dog whistling. A lot of dog whistling in
It
that
was
clip.
a lot of dog with.
He's been on Alex Jones before. And you heard me talk about this, Latino, yesterday and Tuesday. By the late 90s, popular rock became to be seen as the soundtrack of angry suburban white boys, making it seem irrelevant to the struggles of most people. But also, it was an outlet. Like, again, if I didn't know that he was on Alex Jones, I would say, maybe they did. Because of this video that I pointed out. Dacia Sade, or Sade, the Eminem-sized hole in white America, where she talks about how there was outlets to get for young angry white boys from the suburbs to get their aggression out in artistic ways and in ways like Rage Against the Machine or Eminem that showed solidarity with communities that corporate structure and white supremacy doesn't want white people to feel community with. Eminem's like, dude, I'm poor. Whatever, like, you think is only happening to black people, getting the prison industrial complex and drugs affecting my community and my family and not having a dad and being pushed into crime and wanting to kill people, the super predator narrative of the 90s. I am the super predator. I'm Eminem. I'm the super predator. And that terrified white America, and he knew that, and so did they. It being pulled out of the mainstream is more or less just capitalism. What sells? Like Open Mic is saying, they're just chasing what's popular. So they're chasing the popular thing, and if okay, that's popular, we're gonna chase that. Hip hop is more popular than rock and roll right now. We're gonna chase that and push that more. It's not, like he's saying, it's not the boogeyman. It's not the CIA being like, no, we can't let Eminem encourage class solidarity and across racial lines. It's more like, because there isn't anyone, the rock bands just tried to be popular. It became party music. That's, I think, the bigger shift. It went from rock and roll, yes, but rap music also being about class struggle, oppression, race struggle and oppression, and really the voice of the people. Like you said, Latino, hip-hop is the voice of the people. But so is rock and roll. It went from that to, we just want music to party to. Because this is the era of Superbad and American Pie and, bands like Sum 41 and Simple Plan. And while they may have been rooted in things like Green Day and Nirvana and stuff maybe with actual messages, though I don't like Green Day, I can't argue that they do have political leanings and messages. It went from that to just, we'll talk about how much I want to have a relationship and I want to bang chicks and I want to drink and I want to, in rap, I want to get jewelry and I want to wear these awesome clothes and I want to get bitches and I want to do drugs and whatever. Just fueling, it's party mode. So some of the more radical voices fall to the wayside. Kanye really helped with that and marketing things towards college kids specifically and it becoming a party vibe. We're all trying to party. It's crunk music. It's Lil Jon. We're just trying to have fun and turn up and not think about the oppression that we're suffering under. We don't really want to talk about it either. There's also the issue of rock being a black creation and gentrification by white people. Absolutely. Now, I don't think it led to its decline. Like Led Zeppelin did not was not a decline in the quality of rock music, but it wasn't centered anymore around this is our struggle, this is our voice. It became everyone's voice, and everyone, the majority of people being white, and then they were like, well, yeah, we'll talk about, we're Pink Floyd, we're Led Zeppelin, we are talking about struggle to an extent, but we're also Led Zeppelin, and we're talking about The Hobbit because we're fucking nerds, you know? So it can kind of be about anything, and then the more radical voices get outsold or are pushed to the wayside. So I feel you on that.
Listen, so I feel like I need some definitions. Like when he says the culture, what is he talking about? Justin, what is he talking about? Well, I said it to you like you were supposed to know.
Well, I think I do
know.
The extended clip. Well, go ahead if you.
Okay, no, maybe Mike. Well, go ahead. Whoever knows. What is?
I think he has a the broader apple pie, baseball American culture. I think that is what he's talking about.
Exactly. One of the things they end up getting into is how come rock bands don't play the Super Bowl no more. Like they're talking about like American culture.
That's the question.
That's part of the question.
What I see.
Now again, I say rock is still alive. There's bands like Dury. There's bands like The Paradox, Alameda. Artists like Alameda. Bands like Vile, Dury. Did I say Dury already? Dury, Paradox, Vile, Alameda. Oh, there was another one I did. There's another one I did that I talked about it in the video. Shit. Matter of fact, let me remind myself. Here we go. Hello, I'm Alex. Thank you for clicking on this video. I'm the Devil's Advocate. Because Breezy Supreme, damn it. Yes. And The Paradox, yes. These four, here. These four are bands and artists you should check out. And 5, including Alameda. Now, are these as big as Led Zeppelin was or Green Day was? No. But it can get there. Matter of fact, The Paradox just hit number 1 on the Billboard Alternative Music chart. Oops. So, they are getting some traction. And I really hope they blow up because they're fucking great. They're really fucking great. I'm sorry. I'm claiming the decline was a many decades long process. Right. When market pressure shaped roxicle. Yeah, because then, while it became dominated by white people and became like white people music, hell, my dad, who's black, growing up in the fucking 50s and 60s in New Jersey and Long Island, would get ridiculed for listening and being a fan of Led Zeppelin and Ozzy and Hendrix even, because it was considered white people music. You should be listening to soul and disco and blues and stuff. So, for sure. And then what's the eventual... It became nu metal and Papa Roach and Simple Plan, emo bullshit, and then even further... My Chemical Romance and Fall Out Boy and the stuff where I really tuned out. It was like, I'm done with this shit. Or you got the other flavor of it, which was like indie bands like Modest Mouse and Franz Ferdinand and whatever, which I like one song from each of those bands. I've never listened to, as much as I played the song Float On over and over and over again, I never sat down and listened to that album. But then you get it even later, and you get the stomp clap era of like Arcade Fire and that shit. And like, again, yeah, at that time, no one's really looking for that. The fans are there, but it's not breaking out into a bigger Zeppelin ripped off some blues legend. Yeah, I know. Muddy Waters. Muddy Waters is fucking great. What am I doing? Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting I'm actually working right now. But yeah, and then just the rise of like Lady Gaga and Taylor Swift and like Miley Cyrus and the Disney Nickelodeon pipeline of child star to pop stars. That was really got perfected in the 2000s. Because they tried it in the 90s, right? You got your Britney Spears, your Christina Aguilera's, Lindsay Lohan's, but we can't control them fully, and they're going off the rails, and we're getting bad press, and blah, blah, blah. So we're going to fine-tune it with the Selena Gomez's, and the Ariana Grande's, and the Miley Cyrus's, and whatnot. And so that was corporate capitalist dominance. Of we are literally creating our own stars that we now own in perpetuity.
I hear exactly what he's saying, and
so that
I've
could be
actually seen,
and that is a conspiracy. That is a conspiracy, but a conspiracy between two companies just competing with each other financially. I'm gonna let this play, but give me a second. I'm on
the evidence to prove kind of what he's saying, but not necessarily with rock with R&B. What he's saying is on point as far as the music being dialed back. When he's right, when they have those rock festivals, they're selling out 100,000 tickets. If like those rock, they're still doing stadiums, they're still doing 60,000 seat arenas. So that shows you if 60,000 people are coming out to your show, that shows you there's an appetite for the sound. Our government has always, and I know people say they don't like the boogeyman, but the boogeyman does exist. You don't have a country without controls and parameters in place. When it comes down to what he's talking about in the 90s, it happened to rhythm and blues too. See, after the 1996 Telecommunications Act, they got control of all of the radio and what was put out. So if you look at rhythm and blues in the 90s, you had all of these acts. I did a show on this a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you saw it, Justin. If you look at it in the 90s, we have boy and girl bands. You have Boys and Men, Jodeci, SWV.
Yeah, this is also a huge important part. There is legislation. It's not the CIA doing this, right? It's Bill Clinton, the Telecommunications Act. Now it's capitalism. It's capitalism. Now this one company can own all these distribution channels. So now instead of them trying to find local artists and push them and go, hey, this is our local artist. This is our local artist. And they're completely different sounds. Now it's, I own all of these and I have an artist I'm pushing. Now you're seeing it on all these channels, just like the Sinclair Media thing. Same cause and effect.
TLC, go on down the line, Escape. By 2003, no more. We didn't say we don't want to hear groups anymore. It got taken. Rap, and I've done deep dives on this 4 or 5 years ago. Rap was elevated over other forms of music because of how cheap it is to make and produce. You don't have live bands. You don't have tuning. You don't have all these other things. And so rap was elevated over R&B, and it was pushed to the front. And we saw that because after between 95 and 2008, you saw all of these record labels get consolidated. Universal got Capitol, Def Jam. You saw all this corporate consolidation. You no longer have competition in the market. And when you take away competition and you combine that with the 1996 Telecommunications Act, you can force feed the people what they're going to hear. There are no more regional sounds. Now artists aren't breaking regionally anymore. On my radio show just last week, I interviewed Kevin Slow Jam and James, who used to be at 92.3 The Beat. And we talked about how we saw this happening in real time. You saw it happen back in the 70s, into the 80s. When I say I have evidence, I heard Dick Gregory say something years ago about what happened in the 70s, about how they took away live bands, live instrumentation, background singers. And so I just asked my father-in-law.
Said under capitalism is tricky trying to engage in cultural production that's organically expresses human needs and cultural memory when the structural pressures prioritize making it serve capital. Exactly.
My father-in-law is a producer. He's a producer for Motown. I said, have you ever heard of this report where they talked about they stopped allowing you guys to use live bands? He said, yeah. He was actually in the studio with Lionel Richie. This is when they were recording all night long. He said, yeah, Dick Gregory came into the studio when we were recording those sessions, and we saw the report where it talked about the taking away of the live instruments and the impact and the reduction in cost and this greater plan to take away these live sounds. These are things that happen. Now, it's hard to find some of those reports, but you can look up the Harvard report by Dr. Logan Westbrook. That's one book you can read where they talk about how they capitalize on markets. If you also want to read more about how they manipulate stars and manipulate music and manipulate rock, you can read this book called Weird Scenes in the Canyon by David McGowan. And they talked about how they did that back in the 60s. There's an overabundance of evidence of showing how music is played with.
If we're talking about
Weird Scenes in the Canyon,
reducing costs, is that not just capitalism? Is that not just the machine trying to pay less for a product that they're selling?
Reducing costs is one, but it's also, you got to understand that music is also a spiritual experience. And if you're going to control how people behave and interact with each other, you got to control the lyrics.
That's just what you're saying. That's just what you're saying, Latino.
So when you take away live drums, you take away the feeling. When you take away background singers, you take away the emotional aspects. You take away ingredients people need in their music, and you see the evidence. As far as like now, when we talk music, everything's a battle, everything's a fight. There's no more coming together. People didn't stop writing that kind of music because they stopped writing that kind of music. They got forced to stop writing that kind of music, and it wasn't all capitalism. That's an excuse. It's part of it. It's definitely part of it. But the cause and effect relationship of what we have right now versus what we come from in 1974, that didn't happen by happenstance.
Yeah, absolutely, Latino.
1 second applause. Elle, you had something you want to say.
They want to create.
Well, I don't know that I'm going to say it right after
now
that.
They're creating their own artists, right? With AI, the Tilly, whatever the fuck. They're going to create their own artists. I own this. It's not a person, so it's not slavery. Even though a lot of artists are trapped in horrible, horrible deals that are amounting to something akin to slavery. But now you're not a person. We don't even have to feed you or send you out on tour because you're a person, you're a video creation. We can just put you on a screen anywhere. Hatsune Miku is an example of this, but that's an actual creative project. That's a team of people making that avatar and writing those songs and putting them out. It's on the edge, but it's still humans behind that. Hatsune Miku. This Tilly Norwood thing, this is just straight up, I typed a prompt into a fucking AI, and I don't even have to create songs for it. It'll create songs. It'll do everything for me, and I'll just get all the profit. It's all tied together.
Game like that, and so I'm processing what he's saying, and I definitely agree with Mr. Eagle that a lot of it sounds like capitalism. Like even when he started talking about because I watched a few more of his videos, and he started talking about how the labels were overcharging for what it costs to produce a song because they would charge for all of these extra microphones for a drummer and all these inflated costs. And once they realized that they could take those away with new technology, like Pro Tools, things like that. So it does sound very much like a capitalist thing. Like they started to realize, hey, we don't need a whole band. We can have one person do all of that, maybe not instrumentation. But then I also want to respect what OG is saying when he's like, well, it's more than just the money. It's also controlling the spirit aspect of it. But I do think that I don't know. I'm still processing it because it does come back to the Boogeyman idea.
This is how I triangulate that. Spotify, they just said a couple years ago said that over 70% of the streams through now is still music made in the 70s and before. So if we're gonna talk about money with live bands, live orchestration, it initially it costs more, but when you look at the return you get, you look at somebody like Adele. When they wanted to push Adele and make her the voice of R&B, the voice of rock and roll, they gave her live strings, live horns, background singer. Music like rock, music like R&B, it costs a lot of money to get it right in the beginning. But when you look at what's played, look at right now, Neo Soul's now 30 years old. When we look at a lot of the money, that was one of the art forms that they weren't spending money on. That wasn't getting the investment, but it was done, recorded analog, recorded live. And when we look at the music from that time, that's the music that's getting played more now than a lot of the pop tracks at that time. So just when you look at the evidence,
but let me ask you a question.
Stream is from before.
Exactly. The money handlers aren't the reason. Right. That's why yesterday on the show I highlighted La Russell, who's like, I sold 30,000 albums and Billboard won't put me on the chart because they say that those sales don't count. So we're going to do our own thing here. And people will find it. And people will stop trusting institutions like Billboard or CNN or MSNBC. And they'll start watching independent institutions like Majority Report or This Space. AI is the equivalent of ability to channel all your ancestors at once. But only that. It has no ability to create anything new. That's the problem with that. Urban Country Dude, and welcome to the stream. How are you? How you doing today? Welcome.
Then it's still long term, the live stuff still makes more money.
But let me ask you a question. If that's the case, if you're, these people, the shadowy people trying to control everything, why would you even allow that stuff to still exist where it can still be played today? If it's so important to take that stuff off of the market, like what is the benefit of having it around so people could still listen to the old stuff? It'd be very easy to take it away if you had all those levers of power.
I'll give you an example. Michael Jackson's Bad CD. Michael Jackson's estate sued Quincy Jones's estate, sued Michael Jackson's estate because of how they re-engineered the Bad album. What they did was they took out the dynamics, they flattened the sound, and they did that. So when it comes to a lot of your old music is being remastered. And a lot of the feeling and effect is being taken off. We have lawsuits to prove it. But at the same time, it's still 70% of your profit. If you're Universal, you still own Motown, you still own Island Def Jam, you still own Capitol, and if you want to go more into how dirty this game is, read this book. It's out of print, but you can still find it. It's called Music Industry Hitmen. It talks about the different record executives that came victim allegedly to cats like Clive Davis and people like that in order to push and capitalize. That the music industry was set up by gangsters. We got to always remember that. It was started by mobsters and gangsters. And so when you're dealing with music from the 70s, let's go back to sampling. You can't get rid of that because who's going to sample? I make money twice. I make money off me charging you to sample, and I make money off charging your contract to pay for my sample that I already own.
He said the same reason weed is legal in California and not Georgia. This is intellectual prohibition. I agree. That's a great way to put it. Not even. AI can't make judgments about an audience's need from what they create. The work of musicians is a self-important form of civilizational memory. Indeed. That's why I like, watching a lot of Night of the Seven Kingdoms content because I love that show. But in Game of Thrones and in Lord of the Rings and in just old-timey language, they won't say, I wonder what stories they'll tell about me when I die. They say, what songs will they sing? Because song, repetition, having a beat and a rhythm, it sticks in your mind more. It's how stories are told over time, before the written word. Yes, all of it, both of you are right. I appreciate you, country dude. I appreciate you, Latino.
So it's an endless well of money when you deal with, and it's not just America, houses, sampling, UK pop, when K-pop, they all coming back to us and what we own. So they're not gonna get rid of it because since we don't teach y'all how to make music, we need you to have some music to go back to when you making your music. So it's not gonna they're not gonna get rid of it. There's gonna shine a very, very, very bright light on some of these new rags coming that are sampling music that we making money off of in the back end anyway.
That Hitman book is a fantastic book, by the way. I do recommend that for anyone trying to understand the shift that happened in terms of how do we get to the landscape that we're in today. One of the issues I do have, though, with what Billy Corgan is saying is that the way he's talking about this makes it seem as though rock disappeared. And that's just simply not true.
Yeah,
you know, you still had System of a Down, you still had Papa Roach, you still had Limp Bizkit, you know, that whole rock rap hybrid era, you know,
emo rock got huge in that time too.
Emo rock got huge as well. Right. And so that's a big challenge to it. Like if you take a look at this, for example, this is from that super classic Time Hip Hop Nation article, right? And this is an article that if you were around in the 90s, let me see if I can find the cover. Can't find the cover. The cover of this issue had Lauryn Hill on it, and it said Hip Hop Nation.
Yeah, speaking of Game of Thrones.
Right, and this was viewed as a seminal moment in American culture because Time Magazine put a focus on hip hop as being the genre that's moving forward. Now, perhaps that plays into Billy Corgan's point when he's saying MTV had more guns and I just felt a shift and, you know, you get time to start talking about something. Sure, I can see where he's coming from. But even if you look at the numbers around this time, at least per Billy Corgan, he makes it sound like rock was the next thing up. Like rock was bigger than hip hop or as big as hip hop or whatever. According to this, we'll say, in 1998, for the first time ever, rap outsold what previously had been America's top-selling format, country music.
Have I noticed the new live-action Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat movies coming out look like they were made to look like ass? They do, right? The Mortal Kombat one looks a little better because it's a sequel to the one that came out in 2020, 2021, the one that went straight to HBO Max. But the Street Fighter one looks not good. First of all, 50 Cent's in it, which is really funny. That to bring it back all around, 50 Cent's in that movie. So is Andrew Schultz. I also don't like Street Fighter, so I'm not going to see that one. But and yeah, you're right. It does just look weird. It's how Marvel movies been looking lately. Especially when you like show people show a clip from like Iron Man 1. They will shoot people, right? In their costumes or whatever. And yes, there's green screens, whatever. But they have costumes. They have real material costumes. They will put they will put CGI over it in post-production so that the other CG characters or the CG backgrounds and stuff, nothing like sticks out too much. You don't look at a scene and go, oh, well, that's CGI and that's real. You look at it and it all feels a little digital, so it blends better together, but it also looks like slop. And now with AI on top of it, it's all going to look even worse than just having CGI on top of it. You've been a Street Fighter fan since you were a kid, but you lost me to Andrew Schultz. Yeah, I understand. Now, look, again, I told the story about how I personally knew Andrew Schultz briefly because I was friends with his younger brother. But Street Fighter just never got me as a franchise. Matter of fact, when I was really a little kid and I was scared of everything, the fact that their faces are in the corner of the screen and they would get bloodier and bloodier as the fight went on, I would get scared of that. So I didn't want to play that. Whereas some reason Mortal Kombat didn't scare me because it was so cartoony and silly. Ironic, right? That Mortal Kombat was the one that got the congressional heat at the time.
Not even rock, country. Rap sold more than 81 million CDs, tapes, and albums that year, compared with 72 million for country. Rap sales increased a stunning 31% 31% from 1997 to 1998, in contrast to 2% gains for country, 6% gains for rock, 9% for the music industry overall, right? And so listening to Billy Corgan talk about this, he makes it sound like, to me, that rap got knocked out the box or rock got knocked out the box so that rap could live. Well, pop music also was part of that environment as well. Those numbers weren't here in the same way because country music was also very pop at that same time. And then you have rock, you see where rock falls on the scale. So he is saying that all this stuff happened, with some conspiracy or whatever coded language he wanted to use. He doesn't reference where the market was at that point in time. He doesn't reference Limp Bizkit, Papa Roach. He doesn't reference all these other rock groups who basically were just now rapping. It was still rock music. He doesn't reference any of those. And so his depiction of it, for me personally, is shaky at best. Or at least, how about this, more anecdotal than I'm not sure he intends to come across.
It did feel very anecdotal. And I think we have to, because we're reacting to what he said, right? And I think there's a lot of like history, and this is just a clip, right? Like there was a longer interview, all that stuff. But from that clip, he was framing like the all-American white boy rock star who was doing coke and doing all types of sexual, improclivities. Like he talks about waving around the guns. Like that's kind of the moral blemish when we're talking about hip hop and rock, right? He's saying that these black people with guns knock these white people with guitars out of the picture, and that the CIA did it without citing, like you said, Justin, where the market was, without citing more just historical context. And maybe he gets into it further into
why
the
would
interview,
the CIA
but
want
I
to
feel
elevate
like the slight, there was a couple that
Why
contributed.
would the CIA want to elevate that? That is irony. As for sampling, similar to slavery, we're legally free, but now we're completely independent. But Elvis got rich from covering another man, yet the foundational industry wealth was equal to slavery. Word. I want to, but put some respect on Big Mama Thornton's name, who originally sang Hound Dog. Indeed. Never forget, black women started rock and roll. Big Mama Thornton, Rosetta Thorpe. Hell yeah. What up, Warhite? Well, apparently the Future Games showcase is live right now. Oh, yeah? Well, I didn't know about that. Let me know if anything important happens.
Did like some good stuff to the zeitgeist, but they really just brought their guns in their videos, and MTV kicked us off the face of the earth, and for these hip hoppers to come through, it felt very dog whistly for me, and I think it's easy to get something like that off when there are nuggets of truth, right? Like there are dots to be connected here and there, but it's kind of a Trojan horse in my opinion, because then I also saw Jason Whitlock kind of repeating these same talking points of like, you see, the CIA is behind all this degeneracy, in the hip hop world, and they're injecting our ears with the degeneracy, and saying like, and contrasting that with rock. Whenever we think about the improprieties within the rock space, it's like, okay, this just becomes like a race thing, race baity. So I don't have all of the, historical knowledge on the music industry and things like that. But just with the ears that I have and the background that I come from, I was like, this just feels like a dog whistle for Black people dominated the culture, and I'm kind of uncomfortable, insecure, and upset by that. And by kind of, triangulating a shadowy CIA figure, you scapegoat that in lieu of talking about, Capitol music execs.
Because again, if you're going to blame the CIA for that, why would the CIA want to elevate these scary black people? Why would they want to introduce degeneracy into the populace? The CIA fights against that. They killed Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. They killed revolution. What are you talking about? And, it was Bill Clinton's CIA. Then why didn't Bush's CIA get rid of it? If it was so easy. The indies being showed right now. Thank you, Boar. in Corrigan's comments, it came off like he saw black artists doing well, saw that it was a sign of the cultural decline rather than saying, yeah, and also his band, the Smashing Pumpkins, he says specifically between 1997 and 2000. That was the end of their like relevancy. They were more relevant in the early 90s than they were in the late 90s. His sales started to go down. His appearances and invites to MTV and the Grammys probably started to wane. And he was like, this is the entire industry, not just me. Am I wrong or is everyone else wrong? It's old man shit, for sure. And again, this motherfucker's been on Alex Jones. So he's already gonna lean that way anyway.
Consolidation, media consolidation, things like that. So I don't know. It just put a bad taste in my mouth overall. I think.
Jason Whitlock, ew, yuck, gross.
Tomato.
The tomato button.
Hey, but I'm with you on that. I think it's a both and because I think that he was most definitely dog whistling, you know, because rap ain't what took out their music. Their pop is what took out their music. You know, they kind of did it. Rap is what took out our R&B. That's why we didn't get any more Boys to Men, and because they, you know, so he's definitely dog whistling. And for me, I kind of laughed at him because look, rock only got to where it got because MTV X'd out the black acts. And this is if you want to talk about X'ing out, Rick James is who got black people on MTV. If Rick James didn't have that fight, we don't get Prince and Michael Jackson on MTV. And Rick James's career.
1 second. Okay, sorry about that.
Fell off because he fought for black people to get on MTV. No Earth and Fire videos, no Parliament videos, no Midnight Star. None of those groups that were around back then got on MTV. So the reason why rock got elevated to that level where they have these big stadiums was because for 20 years, rock basically got exclusive access to the #1 pipeline. So y'all basically died the way y'all got it. So I'm not shedding no tear for him.
No, that is so true. I was gonna say the way I process the gun. Oh, I'm sorry. Was you about to give me 1 second of applause? Because
1 second applause.
deserving of that. But I actually processed the gun bar like he was saying. They were jealous of us being allowed to have guns because he was like the rules changed. It was certain things that we couldn't do, and then next thing you know, you see them with guns in the video. And so, and you know, I only listened to it twice now, but the way I process that is we wanted to wild out and do all sorts of crazy things, but they kept restricting us, but they lifted the restrictions for the rap videos. Did anybody else hear that way, or was it just me?
Because I watched it a few times, I feel like the way he was saying it was that he was trying to use that as an example of just MTV changing what they were doing in a way to boost rap music. So I wasn't hearing him saying that he wanted or they wanted as rock musicians to be able to do the same things, but they were seeing that, oh, suddenly they're taking away standards and practices is making this decision in order to boost rap music. And we don't like that because we feel like that's pushing us out.
Got you.
When was this video released? This is new?
I think it's 9 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the thing that confused me about that is because when we start talking about culture, right? And him saying like they're no longer a part of like culture. That's where I'm getting confused at. Like, what culture is he speaking on? I think that was my question. Like, what is the culture?
Yeah, I think you might have been off when we had talked about that.
But I want to say this. I want to say there is no collective community of music anymore where we all sit there. It's not like a 106 in Park or MTV or a BET where we all sit down and experience music together. I think nowadays with everything being subscription based, it's kind of hard to see what's what. No everything is all over the place, and you could kind of just tune in and shape your reality of whatever you want it to be. There are artists out right now with millions and millions of followers that I've never heard of in my life. Because they're not just being put in my face on like the top 10 where we all have to sit here and watch this at the same time. And I think that this whole subscription base, subscription based interaction with music it just eliminates culture, whatever that may be. Does that if that makes sense?
Right.
Yes. Have you heard of Lil Tecca?
Who?
My son fuck with Lil
Yeah,
Tecca
okay.
real hard.
I just wanted to see.
I do too.
I learned about this guy last episode who has a whole bunch of millions and millions of streams, and I was like,
He's pretty great. I think Lil Tecca's pretty good.
See, he's hip.
He's solid.
I was just
Yeah,
helping
I think that guy. He's just.
Well, hold on, Rain. Do you know who Lil Tecca is? No, Rain, real quick. Do you know who Lil Tecca is? Do you know who Lil Tecca is?
I feel like I've heard the name before, but no, I don't know who Lil Tecca is.
See, I was actually supporting your point, even though it didn't really seem like it.
Yeah, I don't. Oh no, I feel you. I didn't know what you was talking about, so I definitely was with you. I was following you.
I feel like part of what's left out, because a lot of in that same conversation they talk about how and Dwan B brought it up a little bit too, how those big legacy rock acts do fill up stadiums, right? And they do still have a ton of monthly listeners. But I think that sort of also gets at what you're talking about, Rain. Like, we come from a time when we're used to being able to listen to music communally. And I think, like, for our generation and generations a little bit older than us, we're always going to want to go see a show. And I think for some of these newer acts that are popular, they don't perform as much. And their audience isn't used to coming to seeing shows as much either. So I feel like generally we're going to be moving more in that direction to where legacy acts are going to be the one filling up stadiums because their fans have developed that behavior. We're used to coming to be around.
He's correct, and also something that FD pointed out, and he made a short little video talking about this too, FD Signifier, that the older bands are the ones who have older fans, and those older fans probably have more disposable income to afford the rising ticket prices of going to see the Smashing Pumpkins live. Pay a couple $100, maybe $1,000 for a ticket. Who has the money to do that in this economy? Gen X and Boomers, who were the fans of the Smashing Pumpkins in the early 90s. Let me see. Country Dude, you said, but hip-hop is not just drill, it's not just gangster, it's not just hoes and bias, right? KRS-One is someone I discovered too. I love him. Jadakiss, Tupac, J. Cole. Hip-hop represents many corners of Black America. Exactly. There's a rich tradition of social... But Billy Corgan's not going to know that. There's a rich tradition of social commentary with historical and philosophical references in hip-hop. Absolutely. Hip-hop is art, and art imitates life. Like it or not, all of this music represents either the life you lived, wished, or envy. I think that's a great way to put it. I appreciate your commentary, Country Dude. I'm glad you joined the stream. I hope you subscribe to the channel. Check out some of my videos. A lot of album reactions, a lot of music reactions. But I talk about music, movies, TV, and video games. Those are the four walls of my house on YouTube or online in general. Politics, of course, being a through line of all of that. Politics, philosophy, morality, ethics, whatever. Like we're doing here right now. So welcome. And yes, War Heights over here on Twitch telling me about the game show, the game showcase that's happening. You might check out. I don't know how much longer. I know my wife's on her way home, so we'll see.
At each other and hearing music that way.
And money, like a lot of Gen Zers and Gen Alpha-ers are priced out of going to see live music.
You like the comment? I appreciate that. I can't even name a smack. I honestly can't either. I know my wife can. She likes them. They had some hits. I don't think can I play them? I'll get DMCA'd. What was their song? Cherub. This is the one. Cherub Rock. This is the one that I know because it's in Guitar Hero 3. So I had to play that one several times to beat Guitar Hero. As the one goes, da-na-na-na, 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 da-na-na-na. No, that's Cult of Personality. Fuck, how does Cherub Rock go? I'm going to play it for a couple seconds. Hopefully I don't get DMCA'd by YouTube.
At Marshall's, our buyers hustle 24/7 to get you great deals on the good stuff.
I'm going to take you to 7 different vacation homes, ranging from $100 a night to this.
Oh, right. That's one of their songs. Oh, Individual, hello. Welcome. The dude looked like a Black Marv from Home Alone. I said hi. Yes. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love Home Alone. One of my favorite movies of all time, Marv. Love that actor. Daniel Stern. Compliment. Thank you very much. They'd be fucking laughing. Thank you, Individual. Welcome on into the stream, brother.
I mean, $200, $300 for a damn ticket. It's like, you really got to pay in for to go see your fave. And it's like, okay, no, I'll just catch the live stream or whatever. So it really is, I mean, there's just this soul-sucking element to the industry that it feels like it punishes the consumers that want to support their people.
Yeah.
You know, punishes musicians that want to still, you know, do the live instrumentation and things like that, saying, you know, it's too expensive and things like that. I don't know.
That's why, like, if I like a band, I really, really like a band or an artist or something, I'll buy their album on Apple Music instead of streaming it on Spotify. Now, I don't pay for Spotify. My wife does. But I'll buy the album, so at least they get some kind of piece of change for it. Or I'll go on their store on their website and I'll buy some merch, because I know that goes a lot longer way than any streams on any streaming platform.
Really, like, a dark energy there. I can't lie with that. But it feels like the monopolies, the media consolidation, just execs caring about their bottom line has like fucked this whole thing. And maybe the ire should be pointed that way and not just like, well, rap took our spot and they were so cool and dope and had video vixens and had the best videos, and so fuck our videos. Like, okay, there could be some truth to that, but I don't know. I feel like he just had a little gripe.
Yeah.
Fact. And I think there was a little bit of cap with the rock concert thing. Like, I just looked it up real quick. I looked up 2024. I don't know why. I thought maybe we'll have better data. But I mean, domestically, rap had the highest concert stats. So I do think there may be a little dragging of this, everybody coming to see the rock stars and not the rap stars. But I'm not sure. It was a quick little chat GPT. But I thought rap concerts were breaking the records. I don't know what's this new.
I also my bad. Dwan, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's an overall thing, an attack on live music that's happening right now, and it's happening on both sides. And I got to give a lot of the rock guys credit, because they were the ones that are responsible for bringing this Live Nation lawsuit that the Department of Justice just settled yesterday. Which was still a win for Ticketmaster and Live Nation, but
tomato.
Yeah, you get to see, we know all of this stuff that's going on right now in the industry, and I think it's really going to come down to, you know, the musicians on both sides talking. Like here in California, I was part of the reparations task force that helped. We're putting together. CJAC is putting together legislation to bring to reparations for music industry, and not reparations directly, but to change how companies operating out of California in music do their contracts, because we're starting to see these major discrepancies in Black people's contracts versus white folks' contracts when it comes to artistry. But what's happening now, those white folks are getting our contracts, and so it's coming to them. So a lot of what they're talking about, we as a people, we've been dealing with our music for decades. But now that it's coming their way, you see Taylor Swift is part of that major lawsuit. We
Shit. Sorry. I was muted. Thank you, Latino. What he's talking about right here, I didn't know about. Right? But that's very interesting because that's where it crosses over into politics. Right? Because something that black people have been dealing with this country's entire existence, slave catchers, now it's affecting white people. Because in 2020, you saw the Black Lives Matter protests, you saw police assaulting white grandmas and grandpas and pushing them down and pepper spraying people, and yeah, it mobilized more and more people going, whoa, 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 this could happen to us? It's not just the Trayvon Martins or the George Floyds, it's us too? Oh shit. Same thing here. Oh, the music industry has bad contracts for black artists, we don't care, but it's happening to me, Taylor Swift? Well, I gotta do something about this. And now you're seeing it now broadly, the war on Iran or ICE. I voted for Donald Trump. Oh no, my partner got kidnapped by ICE. Oh no, my son might have to go to war in Iran and die in Iran. Oh no, my prices are skyrocketing. Now it's affecting me, now I care. Same old story. Once it happens to them, then they give a shit. Or they try to fight it. Sorry, I was muted. My bad. Thank you. That's what I said.
see what the industry is doing. I think it's really going to come down to musicians really standing up and artists and really vocalizing what's really going on and not being so quiet about it, because there's most definitely something going on that's bigger than the artist. And you no longer have artists running record labels. It's all suits. These are all people that don't know anything about music. They wear suits. They don't know how to create nothing. And they making the decisions and they stealing. But I think these are good conversations to have, because these things are definitely happening. But like you said, it's not because of rap music. It's because of the people making the decisions at the top.
1 second pause. I mean, the other thing that I think is part of this discussion, right? And now that's whether or not we're talking about the Telecommunications Act, or that's, the 1996 Telecommunications Act, or if we're talking about the rumor / conspiracy that's been going on for the past 30 years, probably, that all the executives got together and said, we're going to promote music that helps us fill prisons, or whether you're talking about Kent State in Vietnam and a lot of revolutionary music that was coming out then, right? When you get to a point of consolidation, you get to a point where you're in a monopolistic system that all seems to be pointing in the same direction.
Everybody got their own opinion, so I'm gonna let
people
him.
That teach grab the back of the shoulder pads and then wear your
Nobody's
feet.
teaching.
Certain types of music that is speaking on certain types of things becomes less of a focus, if not an outright
the
scourge to the
so
establishment.
Word.
Right. And so when you shift from, I don't know, Rage Against the Machine.
But
right,
Summer
or
Games Fest, we're going to be there.
Even big shout out to Green Day. Their album American Idiot, one of my favorite albums of all time. Right. And it just the concept of American Idiot in 2026 is crazy. It's as crazy as the Dixie Chicks coming out against, George Bush at that point in time. There was a lot of anti-war music in other genres. There was anti-war music, and a lot of anti-war rock music was happening at that same time, right? And so regardless of what that shift was leaving 1998 into the 2000s or whatever, the strength in all those genres, in country and rock, in hip hop, or in rap music rather, is that rebellious nature. And that rebellious nature, regardless of genre, is gone. Right. And so that
rebellious nature is gone. And that is the thesis behind this video. I should just keep this up here. This video here, the Eminem-sized hole in white America. It's about the rebellious nature. That piece of music, that's the thing. That if there is a conspiracy between record executives or the CIA or whatever, the government, and trying to eliminate anything, it's not a genre of music, one or the other, because again, they're just chasing what's popular. It's that revolutionary, rebellious spirit. The storytelling of it. Hey, this struggle is our struggle, all of our struggle. And it's inclusive. It brings everybody together and goes, hey, we're all together in this. That's the piece that Billy Corgan doesn't see because he doesn't care.
To me, speaks more to perhaps the shift that Billy is talking about here, because you start getting into a lot of that in the early 2000s, post the passing of Biggie and especially of Tupac, where you started having music that was really focused on 3 lanes of conversation and not things that tackle any bigger issues that are affecting all of us in the world. And I think that's also a part of this discussion that it'd been cool if Billy said something about, because I know he knows this. He's in rock.
I thought that was what his angle was going to be when I was kind of getting in. When I saw, did the CIA kill rock music? The thesis in my head was the CIA or whatever, or monopolies or execs saw the anti-establishment, anti-war, anti-capitalist message that was prevalent in a genre like rock, and did did something through legislation or whatever to claw that back. Like, I didn't think it was going to be kind of a rap versus rock type of conversation. I thought it was going to be more speaking to the establishment obviously didn't want anti-establishment music coming out of that apparatus. So there's just a lot of meat on the bone that I feel like was left, and then settled for dog whistles instead, which just kind of muddied the whole conversation.
And you're right about that, because like going back to Weird Scenes in the Canyon, you find that LA rock scene of the mid 60s was literally created out of nowhere. There was no music industry in LA in 1963. By 1966, you got the Whiskey, the Roxy, you got the Birds, you got the Monkees, you got the Carpenters, you got all of these rock bands that came to LA. All of those cats, they were from DC, specifically DC and Maryland. All of them parents worked for the CIA, for the alphabets or whatever. But you also look at the context. Vietnam was starting out, and Bob Dylan was writing all of these anti-war songs. You find that, there was a bubbling up in the early 60s, especially as the Vietnam War came. People like Bob Dylan, they're writing this music to question society. Out of nowhere, you start getting the Doors, and they look hippie, but they're not giving an anti-war message. And you see the waters get muddy.
This organic movement came out. This Bob Dylan came out. Let's put a bunch of similar sounding things, aesthetically similar. This Zohar Mamdani got popular and got elected to mayor of New York City. So what happens? All these other candidates, establishment candidates, start doing snappy TikToks and trying to act cute and get gotchas and do viral moments so they can have the same aesthetic but still serve the same machine instead of breaking out of the machine and fighting against it. See what I'm saying here? It's all connected.
See the early 70s. You see what happened when you had the years of What's Going On, Stevie Wonder's fulfilling his first finale, when you had the Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes and all this conscious music. By 76, 77, they making everything all of a sudden where it now has to go commercial. It seems like every time the music gets independent, every time it gets anti-war, anti-what's going on, the Isley Brothers skated through because they were completely independent. The hip-hop was born out of an environment that the message in R&B was taken out. And then you see hip-hop has a message, and then boom, 96, no matter what it is, rock, R&B, hip-hop, country, the minute you hear a message starts to get brewing, something happens, whoever you want to blame it on, but a consistent thing. Something happens and the music changes every time, no matter who's doing it.
That's how you go from Pac to 50 to Lil Zane. All you had to do was put a do-rag on somebody's head back then. That was enough.
A damn tank, a little tank.
Word up. What's that applause? That was those apocalypse. There was a whole bunch of apocalypse. They dressed up everybody.
Nah, that's fire.
Ja Rule's apocalypse too.
A mother stretches one plate across all 5 of her children. A father skips meals.
Definitely. That's fire. Maybe the people will realize that, hey, man, we all actually have to come together to fight against the crooked corporations that are trying all sorts of different ways to reinforce their own ideas.
Okay, sorry about that. We're gonna keep going with this for a little bit, but my wife is home, so we're gonna find somebody to raid in a minute here. But yeah, I want to just finish this part of the conversation because this is really interesting here. And I want to also thank everyone who's been watching all day, dude. I've been going for 4.5 hours, man. We got 18 viewers, been pretty consistent with that. Feel good about that, so fuck it.
Make more money and reduce our quality of life. I don't know. Maybe
with AI, we're gonna do it with their machine.
I think so. Possible. If you're creative enough.
Oh, 1 second applause. That's what's up. That's what's up.
With the Max B video, though, that ain't the way.
And Papoose had AI in his video too, didn't he?
That's what I'm about to say. You like Paps? You like Paps joint?
Yeah.
You didn't complain about Paps AI.
All them little animations.
You know what?
No, I mentioned this in my reaction. Again, check out my reaction on my channel for the Papoose 50 Cent diss. I made mention, yes, 50 Cent put out a completely AI video, but Papoose shot a real video and used AI just for like little elements here and there. While I still would prefer and think it would hit harder, if you want to like have a stand-in for 50 Cent, like going to hell or whatever, use an action figure. Like use an action figure, make a little thing like that would just hit harder as a DIY. I made this video rather than AI. It shows you don't care. So I would, you know, I preferred Papoose. I like that it was a real video, and you know, the AI portions of it aside that were just little interstitials and whatever, little moments. But 50's whole thing was AI. He didn't shoot anything for it. And 50's whole thing is you are making a TV show and you're trying to open a studio like Tyler Perry in Atlanta. You're trying to open your own studio in New Orleans, and you don't have a sound stage. You don't have a camera available to shoot a fucking video for 2 seconds. You don't have props and mannequins to stand in where you're like hitting Jim Jones over the head with a hammer. You don't have a mannequin to dress up as Jim Jones. You don't have a costume department. You don't have fucking production assistants to help you. Lazy. He doesn't care. He's not an artist.
I was listening to him. I had the phone off to the side, and I was listening to it, and I was like, oh, damn. I wasn't really even paying attention to the video.
I glanced a couple times, but I missed it. I missed the AI. So again, just like we talked about technology, just like he said, those labels was charging all of that money in order to do all of the separate instrumentation and all of that. Technology brought y'all Pro Tools, which brought y'all a bunch of artists that y'all wouldn't have without that. So y'all kind of got to decide: are y'all with the forward movement of technology, or are you like, no, I still want them to pay?
Let's not get stuck here. Let's not get stuck here again.
Yeah, let's not get stuck here. But folks, that's gonna do it for me. Let's see who's live, who we can raid. War, are you live? No. Okay. Oh, I know who we're gonna raid. Pep Talks. Pep Talks is live, folks. So we're gonna raid Pep Talks again. Thank you all for watching. Really appreciate everyone sticking around for this stream. I know it was long and we had a lot of conversations, but I had fun. Why is there a chick with her tits out on Twitch? Jesus Christ, Twitch. Anyways, we're rating Pep Talks. Pep Talks is a fellow host on This Space. Check out This Space TV on YouTube for lots of different content creators, live Monday through Thursday. It's live right now, folks. So you can also check out This Space, but we're rating it the Pep Talks, and I will check you later.